Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today, we're going to be starting the stream earlier today because of CPI, which is currently in 8 minutes. So again, expectations are for inflation to actually come in a little bit hotter. The question is, has market repriced according to those expectations? I really don't think that the market has, but again, if the CPI comes in soft, we're likely going to rip. If CPI comes in much hotter, then we could see a sell-off. A couple of the key resistance points that I'm looking for some shorts. Obviously, these resistance and support zones can be kind of blown out of the water just depending on where we go in the pre-market. Remember, pre-market, you typically can have exaggerated moves in both directions because the volume's a little bit lighter. So the upside resistance that I'm looking at is these two little 523.86 level and 524.62. If you look on the daily chart, that's really going to be your two little main pivot high reversal bars. So your all-time high and this heavy wide range red bar reversal. On the downside support level, obviously everyone's looking at that 50-day moving average. But if you look at the weekly chart, the bulls want to maintain this impulse breakout candle. So I would suggest marking the low 511.15 off of that candle. Again, if you break, I think that as long as you stay above this 511.15, the market is still technically in a bull market. If you start breaking below that, then you could see some more downside all the way to 497 and potentially even your 480 previous all-time high on the SPY. Right now, dollar's at 104, holding above that EMA 113. You can see that the dollar did trigger that little breakout zone, had it confirmed. Now you've retested. You've been retesting this zone for like the last 4 or 5 days. So technically it is at support. The question is, does it hold? Again, I'm in the camp that inflation likely accelerates a little bit over the next, not even this report, I think inflation might accelerate, and the next one as well, and possibly even the third one after that. Again, it's part and parcel just due to commodities alone. We'll just have to see if any sort of other aspects of the CPI have done any heavy lifting at all. Good morning, everybody. So we have CPI approaching. What's everybody's opinion? Up, down, sideways, chop? What are we looking at? What is the consensus? Consensus is, what was it, 3.4 for the headline and then 3.7 for core. So from my point of view, if core is to again, so if inflation is likely to keep trending in the disinflationary trend, we're likely supposed to see some heavy lifting done. It's going to be very hard pressed to see energy come down because oil's been so strong. So we'll see if the owner's equivalent rent can help the CPI. We can see if insurance can help the CPI. A lot of moving parts. Right now, you do have Google up 0.7, Amazon slightly green, regionals are slightly green, oil up another 0.67%, Meta's slightly negative, ARM's negative, Nat Gas up another 1.8% on the session, Bitcoin slightly negative. So MicroStrategy is seeing some sell-side pressure down 0.5%. Coinbase, surprisingly enough, is up about 0.63. Same thing with Marathon Digital. Semis across the board are green, except you do have weakness in AVGO, SMCI, AMD, and NVDA. But surprisingly, the SOX ETF is still flashing some green signs. Tesla's continuing to see its uptrend potential, up 0.5%. Apple up 0.5%. QSPY, Russell, all slightly green at the moment. VIX is negative, dollar's negative, gold, silver kind of just flat at the moment. 10-year yield trading at 4.35. 30-year yield at 4.48, 2-year yield at 4.72. So Chris is saying whatever the first move is, it'll head fake and then whipsaw the other way. Okay, that's interesting. We'll certainly find out if you're right, if you're wrong, if you're anything in between. Again, it's always interesting to see how this market's going to react. Just go to the pre-market here. So what's interesting is you're having a forecast of the headline to increase by about 0.2%, but the core is supposed to decrease by 0.1%. So we'll see. I think that if for some reason the core misses, that's when you start to see, oh, CPI's out. Here comes an initial spike. Dollar down. I repeat, the dollar is down. Markets are seeing a little bit of momentum. And there comes the fall on the SPY. So core CPI came in hotter, guys. Core came in hotter by 0.4%, 0.4%. Consensus was 0.3. So consensus for core year over year was 3.7, came in at 3.8. The actual CPI itself coming in at 3.5%. So you're seeing that dollar spike pretty ferociously, and now this is what could cause the markets to keep selling off. So look at that sell side pressure. That's a pretty big down move starting. Pretty big down move starting in the S&P. Qs are falling. Russell's falling as well. Oil still holding strong. Nat gas seeing a little bit of minor selling. Nothing crazy at the moment. But definitely hotter across the board. CPI hotter across the board. So nice little down move starting in the markets, guys. Pretty decent down move. Again, CPI comes in hot. Both. I think what's spooking the market today is that the fact that CPI has come in hotter both on the headline and the core. Market was expecting the core to actually weaken here, and that's not the case. That is certainly not the case at the moment. But a big spike in the dollar. You have yields green across all time frames. 10-year up 2.2%. Pretty much a power candle in the US dollar. And this was to be expected, right, guys? You can't really have oil breaking out into new weekly highs and crushing year-over-year comps and not expecting the market to sell off. So again, one of the lotto trades that I took over the weekend, yesterday, I swung 432 QQQ puts expiring today. Those cons will be printing. So I swung those 432 puts expiring today, but CPI across the board is hotter, and that's not what the market wants to see, right? This is why you're seeing a repricing. So most people are optimistic, thinking that, markets will be remaining strong and definitely showing a sizable decline. Definitely a sizable decline in the markets. You even have the VIX spiking, UVXY up a little bit at the moment. So the S&P right now, guys, is already down 0.93%. The Qs are down 1.23%, NVIDIA down 1.4%, Microsoft down, and AMD, SMCI. See Bitcoin. I would hold. I would hold stocks, to be honest. I mean, guys, just think about it. We're still in this range on the daily chart. We haven't really broken down yet. Again, the level that I'm watching for the bulls to maintain is this 511.15. This is your impulse breakout, which sent it to new highs. As long as you remain above that, market is still technically in a bull trend. Right now we're just stuck in a little bit of a choppy range. You're going to have buy the dip come in. I'm looking at some support levels. I'll let you guys know what I'm anticipating here. The Russell 2000 is actually tagging its 50-day moving average today. So there you go. The Russell's tagged its 50-day. How's the S&P? S&P's 50-day moving average is all the way at 507.15. Quite a big way down. So guys, believe it or not, even with this big sell-off in the Qs down 1.15% already, the QQQ, it's going to be a little bit ludicrous. Most people are probably going to think like, what the heck? That's crazy. That's never going to happen. But just based off of some quick numbers that I've run, you have a potential downside target all the way down to a Pierce of 430, 429.50 is the number that I've calculated. That's not saying that's going to happen, but it could happen. Based off of this reversal zone, you could have a move all the way down. The measured move for the day that I have calculated is 429.50 on the Qs. And I mean, the fact that we're already down 1.2%, most people are thinking there's no way we can fall it. But we really haven't had any sort of a down day. And this kind of fourth hotter CPI print is telling us that, okay, inflation's likely going to remain sticky and elevated here. And 10-year yield is just absolutely flying here, guys. Nat gas is faded just a touch. It's up about 1% on the session. How's oil doing? Oil's faded just a touch, still holding above 84.95 a barrel. Look at the Qs, still sell, guys. Look at the Qs, still sell. This is not a good report, guys. This has just likely marked the turn in the market. I mean, obviously we haven't closed the session, but this type of move in yields, this type of move in rates likely has marked a near-term turning point in the market. So, I mean, I definitely, with a 2-year up, ripping up 3.29% to see a rate hike at this point, unless there's some sort of massive disinflationary event. Shub Harman buying this dip. Okay. I would just be very cautious. You'll probably get an intraday bounce at some point, but this type of move in the dollar and yields and the 10-year, I mean, you look at the 10-year, guys, and that's breaking out yet again. Remember I was discussing higher low pattern. Look at the 10-year go. So where's the 10-year likely going ahead? Well, you're probably looking for a move into, you'll have some resistance at this 4.52 zone. Let's just do a... You can see right at this 4.55, you have a 618 resistance, as well as the kind of the top of this trend channel. Now, if we were to draw the trend channel from this pivot low to here, this is where technical analysis is a bit of also an art form. You have to kind of play around with the charts. But there should be some decent resistance at 4.55. Qs are still at the dead lows, guys. Qs are still at the dead lows. So a decent decline in the Qs. They are still falling here, down 1.4%. NVIDIA's down a couple. SMCI's down 4. Tesla's now down 2.5. Still have China stocks holding up okay. Solar stocks getting hit at the moment. Regionals are down 2.5%. So regionals are getting clapped to the downside. They're actually underperforming the entire market. How's the Russell doing today? The Russell's down 3%. Whoa, the Russell's down 3%, guys. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I do have viable chart support, but I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. I do have some viable support. Let's look at that SPY again. Look at that. Hard candle down. Look at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin's starting to fall a little bit sharper now. Down 2.25%. Yeah, those marijuana stocks, I still hold some calls in MSOS, but they could be hit today. They're not immune from a market sell-off. They could be definitely hit today. So headline, inflation taking control, reaccelerating. Has this tightening cycle done nothing? Very interesting. So all mega caps will be gapping down. All mega caps will be gapping down. Even gold and silver under a little bit of pressure at the moment, just a touch of pressure. And watch that VIX, that UVXY trading vehicle. Watch that today, because that one could put on some undue stress in the market. If that thing starts to perform the way I think that we're shaping up for, that UVXY, guys, is probably going to try to break out today. So it's been trying to attempt this longer term breakout zone, but it just has not been able to do so quite yet. But we're very close to seeing this VIX break out, and that's going to cause a pretty sharp sell-off if this VIX can break this little downtrend. Look at the S&P, guys. So now we're coming up into this 511.15 support zone. Again, that's your weekly impulse green candle breakout here. That's the line that the bulls want to hold. Let's see if there's some support in this range. So you can see that this is your little zone, these little red dots. That's your 511.15. That's your weekly chart support on the S&P. Weekly chart support on the S&P. So what's always so fascinating is that last little 40-minute ramp up in the Qs yesterday took markets green. Boom, all that liquidity just got wrecked. All of that liquidity just got wrecked. So again, I think the clear little trend on the Qs that we're hitting is this zone right now. You are into this mega gap fill zone, so I'm just going to mark that on the charts. So there is some support here on the Qs, which is why we're bouncing, but the S&P level is, we don't want to lose this 511.15. That could be signifying the start of a bit of a downtrend. Pretty much everything across the board is getting hammered to the downside right now. Just give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry guys, no audio there. I had myself muted. Yeah, so good job on those IWM puts there, Whiskey Business. Those are going to print probably well over 200%, just depending on where you took them at. Shub, I don't know if you heard me say, but the CPI came in hotter across the board, both the headline and the core, 0.1% hotter than expectations. So it's really confirming that reacceleration in inflation due to oil, due to commodities. We still have the Bank of Canada interest rate decision in roughly 50 minutes, 53 minutes. Again, a lot of stocks are hitting some support. You can even see SMCI has had a nice multi-day sell-off, closing below that 50-day moving. It closed right on that 50-day moving average yesterday. Now it's trading below that again. So anyone who bought that 50 is technically underwater. Nat gas still up 1.56%. Good to see. Good to see. Hey Bart, welcome to the stream. We're just discussing the CPI result, how the markets are under a lot of pressure. Markets will be under. What's interesting, even with the big spike in the dollar, oil's still trying to press higher here. So what does that tell you? That tells you that, oh my goodness, the dollar has had this big rip, yields have had this big rip, and we're still trying to push higher? That's a little bit crazy. So S&P is holding that weekly demand right now. Weekly demand. You could get a bounce, but I do anticipate that we should start to see that one potentially break this level. Whether or not it's today or tomorrow, I do anticipate that the market runs into some steam there. Looking at NVIDIA chart, Google, pretty much every mega cap is down across the board. NVIDIA down 1.3, SMCI down 3.5, Bitcoin down 1.5, Qs, Russell's had a nice bounce. It's only down 2.5% now, but it was down 3% at the lows. Nat gas is trying to break out at the moment. You can see this NVIDIA chart. Basically, I discussed this chart with my members yesterday in the daily analysis video. I just said watch out for this little support that we're trading into. You can even see it's so NVIDIA hit that support. The big question is, will this support hold again? I think that it can, but I would be more inclined to wait for a pierce and try to fill this gap fill at around that 820, 825. And now we're also going to be discussing, you're going to hear all across the news, Twitter, FinTwit, everything that, okay, now the Fed is likely not cutting this year. So rate expectations have moved down drastically, with the 2-year now moving up to 4.9. Basically, the 2-year is looking for its highest weekly close since this November of 2023 period. So let's look where the S&P was during the ending of November of 2023. All the way down in this period here. So interesting to see how this is where the market started gapping up and breaking out. You can see this little downtrend line. It's pretty much exactly where you gapped up and broke out. That was your breakout signal. And now rates are pushing right back up into this zone. But look at where the market is priced. Way up here. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're going to have a flush down, but imagine we move down all the way back down to this zone, this pre-gap up, 13%, 12, 11% decline, potential in the S&P. We'll see. That's just using some basic previous price history where the market traded, where it was valuated. We are going to see small caps get crushed today. Small caps breaking this little parallel channel, this upsloping wedge pattern, actually below the 50-day moving average currently speaking. If we throw in a Fib retrace from this high to low, Can see small caps are trying to hold this first fib level. Held it once, new high. Will we hold it again? Again, if you don't hold this first 200 level, this 199.89 level, next stop is 382, around this 192.59. Switch your name. This is Mike. Okay, thanks, Mike. Thanks for the update. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Yes, that's correct, Shub. Interest rates going up should put pressure. Chris is saying there's going to be a rip your face off rally just to F around with retail investors. There's always that potential. But I see the fact that oil is really not responding to the surge in the dollar. It's still trying to hold its positive gains. I'm finding it hard pressed to see that rip just yet. I actually don't think the rip is going to happen. You'll get a little bit of a bounce, but I don't think it's going to be a big rip. Now, I could be wrong, but as long as oil remains positive, I don't think these markets are going to rip too much. Now, if oil starts to decline and starts to weaken in front of the dollar, then yeah, maybe we can see a little bit more of a rip. But I think the big thing right now that we're seeing is that oil is just too strong, so therefore, and rest of commodity complex is also too strong. So therefore, we should start to see the market still reprice itself. VIX is still climbing up here, guys. Ten years now up 3%, 2 years up 4%, guys. This rate environment is not slowing down. Imagine the 2-year hits 5% today. What would that do to equity markets? Now oil's starting to weaken a little bit. You missed the bottom on Netflix? Bart, let's take a look at Netflix. I don't know what bottom you're talking about. I mean, top. Netflix is still trading into this 52-week high period. So the Dixie's still trying to push up here, guys. Dixie's still trying. Yields still remaining firm. Qs are still near the lows. S&P still hanging on to that critical 511.15 zone. Morning, Anonymous. Morning, morning, morning. The VIX just quietly still creeping up, guys. The VIX is still just quietly creeping up. Gold, silver down about 1%. Still the 2-year up 4.2, 10-year up 3. So you're seeing that short end of the curve outperform again, which is not what the Fed wants to see. The Fed can kind of front load that front end of the curve and control it in the near term. But if it starts to run away on them, they're going to have to come out swinging, be very hawkish. And again, what's interesting is you just had your Chairman Powell. He was your most dovish that he's really been in this whole tightening cycle. And he pumped the markets, and then look what happens. Hotter inflation prints. So he kind of has egg on his face at the moment. And when typically FOMC members get blindsided or have a call that's incorrect or wrong, they typically like to come out with their jawboning activity. So it's going to be interesting to see how they react. Anonymous. So one thing about data, why we're so dependent on it is, and why the market hadn't priced this in, is because the market's always optimistic. The market is always forward-looking and optimistic, and typically what happens is when optimism, humans are naturally optimistic. That's just embedded in our culture, so in our DNA. And when the market's forward-looking and sensing still optimism, and we're still in a massive uptrend, and we've been in this huge disinflationary bout, people try to stay optimistic, and they don't want to sell their assets until they get that confirmed signal that inflation is rearing its head again. So was it a good call on my part? Yeah, absolutely. It feels pretty good to be right about it. And I still think that the inflation numbers are kind of understated. But just looking at the charts, right, we've been discussing commodities, oil, energy, cocoa, copper, but mainly oil. Oil's just the big one. Even if the other ones weren't breaking out, I'd kind of be still having the same tune. So it's going to be a really good day for us here at TC. We've picked up obviously quite a bit of positions here recently. We're obviously net short the market still with a few different long exposures. Good to see that some of the longs are actually still performing well, specifically in the nat gas space. Some of the China names are still holding up okay. I'm looking at TC members. I'm looking at taking some profits potentially on our Netflix put. We should open roughly on our 605 May 10th put. We should open up between basically around, let me just see here, probably around between 40 to 60%. Those cons should open up. So I might ride it a little bit lower, but those Netflix puts are certainly getting close to in the money, and we have a lot of time on the clock. We still have all the way up until May 10th, so a whole month on the clock for those Netflix puts. All right, S&P looks to be coming back down. Look at this 2-year yield, guys. It's going for 5%. My, oh my, it's up 4.58%, guys. 4.58%. This market's going to be under some pressure today. Some definite pressure today. Nat gas still remaining firm. It's up 1.36. Oil's still strong at the session. So, I mean, even with this big spike in rates and the dollar, oil's still trying to show positive strength. And that's a concerning aspect. That is a very, very concerning aspect for the market. You do not want to see oil still holding its strength, even though the dollar's just ripping. You know, that's not what pundits want. You can see that little trend line that oil's holding. Simply speaking, pivot to pivot. We're touching base on that area right now. If you lose that zone, your next support is basically back down at 83. But again, still seeing oil firming up here. Energy still strong. Anonymous? No, I did not stream for members. I was a fairly busy weekend with my Airbnb rentals. We had the, where I'm located, we had a solar eclipse. Basically, I know a lot of people had it, but we were one of the hot zones in Ontario. So we had several 100,000 in tourism coming into our city, and all my Airbnbs were booked up, and I was just extremely busy. I was still trading. Members still got alerts and updates, intraday updates, but just no live stream. Just no live stream. But we still made trades over the last few sessions, and I've still been prepping them for this daily analysis videos. All my members know my expectations. I was looking for the markets to actually dump off of a hotter CPI. That came in line with my expectations. And I mean, it wasn't really, you don't really have to overcomplicate things. We're just reading the charts, looking at oil, looking at copper, looking at coffee, cocoa, uranium, all commodities. Hot, 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 hot. So it's nice to see that we are basically back in the driver's seat with many of our positions. And we still have some longs on the table. Still seeing that gas trying to hold its breakout. Keeps moving up, up, up. Oil still trying to push here. Can you believe oil's still trying to press higher? Wow. Even though the dollar's pressing. Like, guys, this is what the concerning aspect for market participants really should be. Is if oil's still trying to press higher here and the dollar's still strong, what's it going to take to snuff this potential market price action? What's it really going to take? Ralph saying he's in Pickering. Not too far for me. So the Russell 2000 is just being demolished at the moment. All right, so we can see that oil's still trying to break higher. Qs are trying, or sorry, S&P trying to find some support as the dollar's weakening just a touch here. Wow, look at oil go, guys. Shamit's asking if there was a live stream for members over the last couple days. No, last couple days I took off as we had a big tourist event in my city, and I had all my Airbnb rentals like fully booked across the board. So I was pretty pressed. I was still trading with my members. I gave my members still live intraday alerts, but there was no live stream. But again, all my daily analysis videos with members kind of prepped members for this potential hotter CPI print. That's what we've been expressing. And if anyone thinks this is just a one-off, you definitely have to learn how the CPI metrics are calculated. They're always calculated on a year-over-year basis. So again, with my members, I've been discussing what transpired. Obviously, this is April. We're in the month of April, but we only got really March's data. So when you look at March, oil really started around the 78, 77 a barrel level. And throughout the end of March, it pressed really to a high around 82. So it's about a $5 range, $6 range on oil, where it was in an uptrend. And you compare that previously to the March 2023 period, and you can see this big March 2023 period, oil really started roughly around the $77 barrel, so kind of a similar starting point, but it had a big decline for half of the month, and then it pushed higher. So it was really a net stayed at 77 a barrel versus the other March 2024 period was a higher increase, a $5 increase. So that was one aspect. And then when you go even further, the next CPI print is probably going to be even worse, guys. Probably going to be even worse because we're going to look for April's number. So May, when we get CPI next month in May, we're going to be taking into account April's data. So you look at April here, 2023 oil, traded around 80.54, had a little bit of a spike up. And then for the rest of the month, it actually started crashing to the lows here of roughly 71. So net, you had a deacceleration. Oil was falling. Now we look at April period in oil. Obviously, we're still gathering data, but really when you look at the start of April here at this 81.70 level, oil is pushed all the way up to 87, pulled back a little bit, but still in a little bit of an uptrend for this month of April. So if oil confirms and keeps continuing to climb throughout this month of April, that's not going to be a good sign for the overall CPI energy side inflation. And you can see, even with the spike in oil and yields, look what oil's still trying to do. It's still trying to press up 0.86% on the session. You know, this should not be taken lightly. I mean, I know my oil prices here in Canada, my gas prices are getting stupid silly again. And then our Prime Minister has introduced a carbon tax. So just poor economic policies. You know, we do have the Bank of Canada interest rate decision as well today. But there's just so many poor economic policies that have been being introduced. That's really concerning. So about 10 minutes till the market open, guys. 10 minutes till the market open. To the new member that just joined, Vulcan, I will be sending your welcome email. Just bear with me here. All right, guys, so S&P still holding this critical 511.15 zone. Still a big support level on the S&P. And what I'm going to encourage you to do is mark your pre-market low on the chart. Break that pre-market low on the S&P, and I mean, it's going to be a pretty horrific sell-off continuation. So 511.26 is kind of your pre-market low on the S&P as of now. Thanks, Anonymous. Appreciate that. TC, can you take a look at BABA? Sure, I'll take a look at BABA. So I've actually told my members I'm bullish on China stocks. I've been pumping the press on KWeb. There's some individual tickers. There's actually about, I did a free video on my channel, so I suggest everyone take a look at it. But there's about 12 different tickers I'm bullish in the KWeb ETF. 12 different tickers. And obviously with the announcement from Jack Ma, the talk about AI overnight in the Chinese market, you're seeing that Alibaba is actually showing a considerable amount of strength despite the market being weak. So names like this, again, guys, names that are strong when the market is getting hit is kind of where you want to be positioning yourself on the long side. So it's good to see that some of these China names are still holding resiliency even though the dollar and yields have firmed up. We might be in a scenario where we could see capital rotate out of US equities into some of these more beaten down names. Alibaba did fade a little bit off of the highs, but this one is gapping up at the moment when the markets are down and things are getting hit very hard. SMCI kind of looks appealing, guys, for some calls, some longs. So I'm going to be looking at SMCI at the open. In terms of Alibaba, though, like, yeah, I mean, you really just need, every time you try getting into this EMA 113 range, once sold off, twice sold off, 3 times sold off. At some point, we're going to break out of this range. But again, Alibaba was not on one of my lists at the moment. Could change, but if you look at KWeb, KWeb is still holding up okay, trying to form a little bit of a bull flag pattern to break out of this larger wedge pattern on the weekly. Obviously, with the dollar strong right now, it could put a little bit of hindrance. But again, one of the names that I'm actually more bullish on is IQ. China stocks could see some resistance today, but IQ has had a technical breakout on the daily. As long as you hold above this down sloping trend line, you should start to press a little bit higher in the near term. All right, I'm going to look at SMCI because that's one that I am interested in day trading on the long side. So I'm going to flip to the daily chart, guys, just to show you what I'm looking at. But basically, we're piercing this 50-day moving average, gapping down yet again in the grand scheme of things. And we do have about 4 minutes till the open, guys. 4 minutes till the open. IW in the same, yeah, watch that pre-market low. Watch that pre-market low on the IWM. You know, I think that your resistance point on the IWM, you could bounce back to the 50-day moving average, which is sitting at 201.84. So look for that 50-day moving average as resistance intraday, 201.84. But that IWM chart is just, it's going to be under pressure as long as yields stay elevated here. You know, 10-year up 2.6, the 2-year up over 4. I mean, that's the big kicker at the moment, is that 2-year yield. But the IWM is trying to break down again out of this little bit of a upsloping wedge pattern. And again, you've kind of had to change your tune on the IWM really since you broke down on the 4-hour chart. You had this beautiful little inverse head and shoulders pattern, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You actually breached the neckline over here. You broke out, confirmed the breakout, and then failed. So, I mean, the Russell's hitting some support right now, but definitely looks like it could head lower. Now, the question is, have we done an extension move for the day? According to my calculations, I'm not saying it's going to go down there, but believe it or not, my measured move down says the Qs could hit all the way down to 429.50. Now, I'm not betting on that. I'm not taking, out of the money puts on the Qs, but just be aware that based off of this reversal, you could have a move down to 429.50, and that would shock a lot of people. I mean, Qs are already down 1.26%. Imagine they fell another 1.6%. We haven't had a 2 to 3% down day in God knows how long. But this CPI print confirming for now the 4th hotter CPI in a row, it could open up a potential. It could open up a real potential. All right, I'm just changing things back to the regular market hours, guys. So I'm looking at SMCI longs. We're just going to take it slow, okay, guys? Just take it slow off the CPI. No reason to rush into trades. There's going to be plenty of opportunity. Hey, Gabriel. Welcome. All right, guys, we're set to open here. Things are set to open. Our markets are open. Still looking at the Qs, still looking at SMCI. SMCI is trying to bounce here just a touch. Trying to bounce. Still seeing considerable weakness in the semis. Qs are trying to bounce just a touch here, though. The VIX is still screaming higher, guys, so watch out. The VIX still screaming a little bit higher at the moment. Hello. SMCI is still coming in. All right, guys, I'm long SMCI 876.50. 876.50. This is a common share starter position. 876.50. Long SMCI. Starter position, guys. Starter position. Look at this. We're already starting to bounce just a touch. Qs are still weak. Dixie's still strong. 876.50. We're long SMCI. Look at this big pump. Qs are starting to press. Come on. All right, guys, I'm going to start to trail this stop loss. I'm going to put a stop loss at 880. 880 stop on SMCI. Just protecting the trade. 880, and we'll keep pressing it up if it continues to want to push. We'll keep moving it up. Oil's taking a bit of a breather. All right, I'm moving my stop up on SMCI, guys. 881.77. 881.77. Qs are getting a nice bid, bouncing off the 50-day moving average again. Still in SMCI on the long side, guys. SMCI on the long side. A lot of weakness across regionals. VIX is still trying to firm up and act okay. Qs are still catching a really big bid at the moment. Dixie's still strong. Yields are still firm. S&P still down 1.1. Qs are down. Oh, we got stopped out of SMCI there, guys, for a nice little win. That's why we have a stop in place. So first win on the session is SMCI. That is the first win on the session. Nice little job there. Still seeing Microsoft, Google coming in. I have a level on Google around 150, Pierce of 155, guys. Let's keep Google on watch. Let's keep Google on watch. Daily chart of Google. This gap fill potentially could be bought. And we are coming lower, guys. We are coming lower. I mean, that gap fill is not even the best technical level. Let me just see if there's any other intraday levels here. I mean, we run the risk, right? Let me just see where that 7-day moving average is sitting. At 154.22 on Google. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. NVIDIA is catching a little bit of a bid now. Again, Qs have hit that 50-day moving average. Google's catching a bounce. How's Tesla doing? Down 1.7. Bitcoin's still putting in a little bit of a bear flag to move lower. Guys, I just took a 436 put on the Qs, got filled at 116 a con. 116 a con. Starter position, 436 put on the Qs. 436 0DT put on the Qs. If we start getting above this pivot, I'll probably look to stop out. All right, they're still trying to push this market back up. Big push, big push. How's the SMCI still firming? Russell's trying to bounce here, but under a little bit of pressure in the near term. Qs are coming right back down. We're now up on those cons. Teetering right now. Big bounce in Google. Apple's still at the lows. Microsoft's had a bounce. Tesla's had a bounce. NVIDIA's still bouncing at the moment. Amazon's had a bounce. Bitcoin really no bounce yet. Meta's had a nice bounce. So a lot of mega cap tech is trying to firm up across the board, but the question is, can the Dixie still press it lower here? Dixie's still trying to move lower. Or sorry, Dixie's still trying to press higher here. Bitcoin down 2, Apple down 0.8, Q's down 1, S&P down 1.2, Russell down 2.7. 2.7. Check SMCI. Yeah, SMCI's had a nice bounce, right? So we played that earlier. Probably could have stuck around a little bit longer. But this market is definitely seeing some buy the dip strength coming back into play. Oil's fading a little bit. Dixie's still pressing. Yields are starting to move back up again, guys. So the yield market is starting to move back up. Netflix, nice bounce. Again, SMCI had a really stellar bounce there. NVIDIA ripping. NVIDIA is now green on the session, guys. NVIDIA went green. Google right back down. Meta's almost going green. So you are seeing some pockets of strength trying to creep back into the market. All sectors are still down on the session. Real estate's getting clapped, down 3.42. KRE down almost 4%. Wow, look at regionals getting absolutely smoked. And you can see regionals are almost triggering this bear flag today. Are regionals going to break down today? That's the big question, right? Getting a little bit of a breakdown occurring in regionals today. Let's see if it puts pressure. Maybe this is where people try to pile into the Qs. You're seeing the Qs still firming. Russell's still weak. S&P's near the lows. Guys, I just added to my 436 put at 97 cents, 0.97. So my average is at $1.05. $1.05 a con on those 436 puts. We're up about 3 cents. Regionals still under a lot of pressure. And again, this is where we could see a big volatility spike, is if those regionals continue. Right, you think about what the volatility did when the regionals went through their collapse. Well, you have interest rates moving right back up again. Take a look at NVIDIA today. Sure, we can take a look at NVIDIA. And I'll look at SMCI as well, Bart. Obviously, we played SMCI early on. NVIDIA just getting a bounce because it is triggering that bearish pattern. You hit support again. You bounced yesterday, and now you're trying to bounce again off of this support zone. Trying to hold some technical support. Really the big level on NVIDIA to watch. If we go back to that daily chart, just give me a sec here. This is kind of your big level to watch. Can NVIDIA get back above this trend line? If it can, bull market on NVIDIA probably presses back to the high end of this channel. If you don't, and you created a little bit of a bearish pattern here, then NVIDIA is going lower. As of now, it's holding up. All right, these puts are starting to print, guys. We're up to $1.14 a con. Our average is sitting at $1.05, so up about 10 cents, but I'm looking for this market to probably retrace. Seeing the VIX starting to spike. Dollar still at the highs, guys. VIX near the highs. Oil's starting to get sold off. So we are seeing the Qs come down a touch, guys. Qs are coming down a little bit more now. I am seeing the Russell also weakening. That's coming down, trying to lose 200 zone. S&P still has not tapped its 50-day moving average, guys. So you would anticipate that the S&P is going to follow suit like the NASDAQ. Come on, can these puts get us green? Look at this, guys. Can we make a new low of day? All right, I just trimmed half of my position there at $1.14 a con, sold half for about 9 cents a share, riding the rest of the half. 436s, guys. So I'm still riding 436s, but we did trim half at 114 a con, locking in about 9 cents a share. We can always add to the position again with the profits. All sectors are still red on the session, guys. All sectors are still red. But again, you have had some firming in price action across the board from NVDA, from Google, from Meta. Amazon has bounced. But the question is, can they hold this bounce in the face of this dollar strength? Obviously, we are seeing it still trying to accelerate here on the Qs. VIX is slowly getting slightly faded at the moment. Just a slight fade on the NVIDIA is still ripping. Google's still trying to firm up. Apple's still weak. Dixie's trying to get it back above 105 now. Guys, I just added to my 436s. I just added to my 436s at 83 cents a con, so I'm rolling in the profits from the sell side, and that brings down my average to 0.94 cents a con. 94 cents a con on those 436s. So 90 cents a con. Nice little move down. Look at this. We roll profits in. We're already up on the trade again, sitting at $1.06. Come on. Let's print. So we're up about, let's see if we can get in the money, guys. We're at 94 cents a con average now since we picked the top of that little reversal. VIX is still trying to press. Dollar's still trying to press. Here we go, guys. Those are printing at the moment. Those 436 puts are printing, guys. So if you want to start locking in profits, we're already up over 25 cents. 25 cents. Come on. Come on. Get us in the money. Take us to the 436s, guys. I will be looking to exit these 436 puts in the money as soon as we get in the money. Look at this fall, guys. I'm going to trim half here at $1.33 a con. I sold half at $1.33 a con. Huge profit there. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, guys, I just sold all of it at $1.35. Sold all of the QQQ 436s at $1.35 a con. Rolled it from 94 cents to $1.35. Good win on the session. Look at that. Nice little trade in the morning. Nice little trade, guys. That was a beautiful little trade. VIX is still screaming higher here. So volatility is still showing strength. Oil is taking a little bit of a minor reversal. Nothing crazy on the session, but a minor reversal in oil. Look at that. All right, guys, so it's been a really good session for us already. SMCI, QQQ. So a really stellar session. Those 436s absolutely printed, guys. 436s did print. Looking at potentially some 437 calls. Let's just see here what we're pricing at the moment. Where's 438? All the way back up there, eh? Even 438s are kind of looking expensive at the moment. $1.17 a con. Quite expensive. What are 437s? That's sitting at $1.50. I'm just going to wait on the sideline because the Dixie's still ripping, guys. The Dixie is still ripping higher here. So I'm just going to wait on the sidelines. NVIDIA is still pumping. WBA 5 and 15 minute oversold. You know, the thing about this is that even if you're trying to buy oversold stocks in a weak environment, you just got to be careful about that. Got to be very, very careful about trying to buy oversold stocks in this weak market environment because things can definitely get more oversold. That's for sure. Tesla's still weakening, coming in pretty hot at the moment. SMCI is still struggling under 900. AMD's putting in that bear flag, still underneath the 50-day moving average. Really, the only thing that's firmed up is NVIDIA. Go figure. Qs are trying to press. VIX is still pressing though. Nat gas still up 1%. Oil's still trying to hold its gains, but it's coming in a touch, only up 0.11%. Now the question is, do we see this market break down at all? There's a strong scenario. Again, remember, 429.50 is where we could. Let's just look at what those 430 put on the Qs would be priced at right now, just as kind of a lotto play. 429 put right now, expiring today, is at 9 cents. 9 cents. I mean, even if you threw 100 contracts in at 9 cents, that's filthy cheap. Let's see. Even those 432s look somewhat enticing. Again, we've been putting in consolidation over the 50. Let's see what type of a bounce we get first, and then I may enter more puts, guys. I may enter more puts. I haven't quite decided yet. I'm just watching many different things here across the board. I'm crazy. Bring a smile on your face. Good to know. Good to know. Sometimes you got to be crazy in this market. This job is crazy. Trading, investing, it is crazy. Everything I do is just based off of technicals and math. So what's interesting is here's your low, obviously, on the Qs. Intraday low. You made a higher high. Then you made a lower low. So this is technically a downtrend to start the actual price action. You need to get above this high to pretty much put in a potential higher high. Right now it's a downtrend. Low, higher low, lower low. Let's look at WBA. Wow. This thing just can't get out of its own way, eh? Yeah, you know, not a bad... Yeah, bearish divergence is occurring. Sorry, a positive divergence is occurring. Bullish divergence. Interesting. Wow, you're coming up into these pivots all the way back in 2010. Can you believe that on WBA? And this is what happens when you get removed from the S&P 500, right? What once was a strong stock getting absolutely clapped. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 433 put on the Qs. 433 put on the Qs. I'll let you know once I'm filled. 433 put. Let's see if we can get above this 437.50 zone. Kind of where we're struggling at now on the NASDAQ, QQQ, is this upsloping trend line. That's your big resistance point right now on the Qs. That's where you're struggling intraday. So that's what that white upsloping trend line is. If you can get above that, then you could potentially move higher, but as long as we stay below that, not a good sign. So now you have mega cap tech trying to bounce here. I'm not in any puts yet. I'm not in any puts. Because the Qs are trying to potentially make a higher high here. Just entering, these red lines are just some of the strike zones that I'm paying attention to. So I'm just putting in, basically every dollar. All right, so the Qs never got above that high on a confirming basis. Guys, I'm going to take a 435 put on the Qs. Got filled at 57 cents a con. 435 put at 57 cents a con. High risk trade, guys. High risk trade. Basically, if we do get a 1 minute close above this little trend line, this high pivot here, I will look to potentially stop out of the position. But I'm in a 435 put on the Qs at 57 cents a con. 57 cents a con. Qs are still trying to firm up here across the board. Same thing with the Russell, Bitcoin, dollars taking a small breather. All right, so that was technically a little bit of a bullish close on the Qs. Can they confirm it? Or is it just a little bit of a one-off pop? You technically made a higher high. So you're trying to shake a little bit of... You're in Oxy. No, I'm not going long WBA yet. Not quite yet. It's almost there. It's almost there for me, but not quite yet. Dixie still taking a breather. 10-year up 2.86. UVXY still up over 5. NVIDIA is the only thing positive in this weak market. It's up 2%. So another day. Is Aurora Cannabis likely to move along with other cannabis stocks? Yes, it will move with other cannabis stocks. Obviously, it's actually had an outperformance compared to some of the actual ETFs. Trying to firm up here, guys. So I'm still riding this 435 put on the Qs at 57 cents a con. 57 cents a con. Yeah, look at Aurora Cannabis making a red to green reversal. Now up 3.7%. Yeah, this one could fly today, guys. I mean, the fact that it's catching a bid in a weak market. Nice little observation there, Orange Whisper. Thank you for putting that on the radar, guys. If you want to probably play this as a momentum trade, Aurora is likely going to press higher here. I'm going to take a long. I'm just going to play with common shares. I'm going to take a long here at 658 entry. 658 entry. This is a 1/4 position. High risk trade because small caps are still weak. High risk trade. My risk is basically going to be this impulse candle low. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. You know what? My risk is actually, I'm going to tighten it up on a 5-minute basis. 641 risk. Qs are still coming in, guys, so it's good to see. Our cons are now up to 62 cents a con. Let's see if we can still keep printing. Again, we're riding 435 put. 0 DTE on the Qs, 435 put. We've already closed several winners. So again, if anyone hasn't checked out my Trading Capital membership Discord service, please do so. So 2 trades on the go, a 435 put on the Qs and an ACB long. All right, cons were now up 10 cents a con on those Qs. Come on, press it a little bit higher. Apple's at the lows. NVIDIA's starting to see some selling. Small caps are still trying to bounce here. Come on, Qs, lose this area. Cons are now up to 73 cents, guys. 73 cents a con. So we're long Aurora. We're still short the Qs with some put options. Can we make new lows based off of the yield, the VIX, and the dollar market? There's a chance we can make new lows. I would not be shocked if we make new lows. At this point, though, NVIDIA is still firm. Meta flipped positive. So you're still seeing strength in the market. Aurora is trying to firm up some more. I think that Aurora Cannabis is probably going to go for this gap fill. Qs are still struggling at this region. So again, we're long Aurora, we are long ACB, and we're still riding this QQQ put option. Come on. Qs are sitting at 70 cents a con right now. 72 cents. Come on. $0.74. Nat gas is trying to break down. Yep, it's coming in a little bit. It's tough with the market this week. All right, guys, I just closed my 435 put at 76 cents a con. Another nice win. Rode that from 57 to 76, 19 cents. So I'm all out of the QQQ put. Another winning trade for us here at TC. Look at Aurora Cannabis go, guys. Whoops, why did I change the cues? I apologize. So Bank of Canada holds its key rate steady at 5%. So the Bank of Canada has not raised rates. Look at Aurora go, guys. All right, guys, we're up nicely on Aurora. We are up nicely on Aurora, guys. Qs are still struggling here. Apple's trying to firm up across the board, guys. Apple is trying to firm up. Dixie's still pressing. Dixie is still pressing here. So we've already taken a win on SMCI, 2 wins on the Qs, and now we're in Aurora Cannabis, trying to play a little bit of momentum. We are seeing that the nat gas and oil are starting to weaken a touch. So definitely seeing some weakness in nat gas. Yep, I agree. Nice catch, Orange Whisper. Thanks for putting Aurora on our watch. So oil's still slightly green. Regionals are down 3.7. Google, Amazon, Meta, all negative. It's really just the strength is coming from NVDA, but even that's fading slightly. Google's trying to firm back up. Still have a lot of weakness in the entire market. Even nat gas is faded. Microsoft still down over 1.16%. Apple down 1.2%. Qs are down 1, SPY down 1, Russell down 2.5. Look at Aurora go, guys. Aurora is trying to firm up. Again, we have this gap fill all the way up at this 699 zone. But this is potentially trying to break out of this little bit of a flag pattern on ACB. Considering how oversold the markets are intraday, this is a very weak bounce in the Qs. It really needs to start to firm up or it runs the risk of trending lower. ACB still trying to press here. So Aurora Cannabis still seeing some strength in a weak market. Quite interesting. All right, Qs are also trying to firm up now. Oh yeah, and President Biden is speaking at the moment, so Qs are again trying to firm up as the dollar's weakening. There was a really big push. So right now, Apple's still down 1.3, NVIDIA is still up 1.5, Microsoft down 1.09, AMD down. SMCI is trying to turn green. AVGO is also slightly red. It's trying to firm up here. Semis are definitely trying to firm up across the board. Nat gas resource stocks are still acting well. Canopy growth is positive. Intel down another 1.7, so that one just keeps getting buried. Taken down. Again, Aurora, we're still long Aurora at that 658 zone, 658. And the way Aurora Cannabis squeezes, guys, this one could be up, 50% or so, 40, 50%. We're already up nicely at the high there, filled its gap. We could have taken profits 6.4%, but I like the fact that this stock is strong in a weak tape. You're going to have people pile in on this name. Strong stock, weak market. People will chase this name. I repeat, people will chase this name. And imagine if NVIDIA starts to sell off again, what that's going to do to the Qs. That would take the Qs down to its next level. Obviously, if Apple and Microsoft firm up, then the Qs can really start to firm. So the Russell 2000 has major resistance at 201.89. That's your 50-day moving average on the Russell. QT moving nicely. Aurora is still trying to press, guys. They're seeing lots of accumulation in Aurora. Let's see if Aurora can break this gap fill. Once it breaks this gap fill, guys, we're probably going to squeeze to this little previous high pivot zone. And you can see Aurora is trying to break out. Your next resistance is really going to be here, which is what we're tapping at. But we break through this resistance and you could squeeze to 886 today. Obviously, the market is weak, so there's obviously a risk of a sell-off if things get really nasty on the Qs and the S&P. But Aurora is up now 8.4%, and the market is down quite substantially. Qs are going lower, guys. Qs are trying to go lower. VIX is trying to catch a bid. Look at the Dixie. Dixie still firm. 10-year yields back above 3% on the session. 4.5% on the Russ on the 2-year. Not a good sign, guys. Not a good sign for this market. Now you've potentially made a lower high on the Qs. So low, higher low, lower low, higher high, higher low, potential rejection off of this lower high. Now if we take out this low here, we're going to make new lows on the Qs. Very, very likely. Again, guys, we're still long and strong. ACB in the driver's seat off of the 665 level thanks to Orange Whisperer. Orange Whisperer, big shout out. Thank you, thank you. We're already up 6.4% on the trade. Looking for more, though. I'm personally looking for a little bit more. Nat gas stocks like EQT still acting extremely well despite nat gas getting slightly faded. It's only up 0.3% now at the moment. Qs are coming lower again, guys. Qs are coming lower again. Look at this. Nat gas is even selling off a touch. Now Aurora is taking a bit of a breather. All right, guys, for day traders, it's wise to at least put a break even on Aurora. I'm going to put a stop loss here at 663. We're seeing Aurora profit taking occurring. Qs are trying to firm up again. All sectors are still red except for energy. Energy is now firmed up. XLE catching a bid in a weak market, guys. So XLE is continuing to firm up here. Qs look like they want to come lower. Microsoft selling, Google now selling, Meta's still strong. Tesla's still selling down 2.76. Eli Lilly's green, XOM's green. BABA is still up 1.7. Oil's slightly green, but trying to go negative. Meta's slightly green. So a few red to green reversals. MicroStrategy, Coinbase have gone green. So crypto stocks trying to firm up. Dixie VIX still strong, guys. This market is still not out of the woodwork yet. Really struggling at this 438 zone, 438.40 zone. Now the VIX is slowly coming down, so the VIX is weakening a touch here. Qs are holding that daily 50 moving average quite well at the moment. Definitely quite well. Google's still strong, Meta's still strong. Apple's now participating in this ramp up, which is why the Qs are starting to rip here. Gold is trying to firm up. Silver, surprisingly, has gone back to the positive side. So market participants still not really believing this Dixie strength. Still not believing this Dixie strength. Aurora Cannabis still trying to push up here. Let's see how much we can squeeze. You know, this one could be up on the session 20, 30, 40%. The type of names, that the type of move that this marijuana stock has, I mean, it's a very small market cap, so it doesn't take much liquidity to push this thing up. You know, right now, Aurora Cannabis market cap is 382 million. That's nothing. That is nothing. And when you're seeing liquidity exiting the stock market, being the fact that all indices are down sharply, people will chase names like this. And to think how much money is flowing out of the Qs right now, out of the S&P, out of the Russell, and this name is still holding up, just kind of tells you that, okay, there's a lot of momentum. Look at this, guys. We are just riding this one up. So if we push to that previous high, I mean, we're looking at a potential 34% move up in the ACB. I'd like that. I think anyone in the stream would like that. Lulu, don't know when to stop falling? Yeah, Lulu's been a dog with fleas. It's just been battered and battered and battered. And eventually it will firm up. You're at some heavy weekly chart support, but it just doesn't want to firm up just quite yet at the moment. So again, we're still riding this Aurora Cannabis, guys. We're in the driver's seat off that 658 level. We are up. If you want to take profits, by all means, I mean, up 8-9% on a day trade is in that round. But I'm going to see how much we can ride since we're kind of playing with profits here. I just want to see how much we can ride here on the long side. Russell 2000 is back above its 50-day moving average, guys. The Russell 2000 is back above its 50-day. So that is technical resistance right now. There's a potential short on the IWM. Let's actually take a peek at that. The Russell's moved up nicely, back above its 50-day and trying to trend here. I don't know why on this screen it's not showing. So my 250 days, let me just make sure I have the right inputs. Why are my 250 days different? 201.90 versus 202.27. What about this chart? Sorry, guys, I'm just seeing some discrepancies in TradingView. So my two moving averages are showing literally on the same charting platform, 201.90 and we're going to go with 202.27, this moving average. But you are technically above the 50-day, even though this chart isn't showing it. Kind of peculiar. Very, very peculiar. What are those IWM puts going for right now? Because I still think small caps can have a pretty tumultuous fall here. Let's see if we go back. What was the low down here? So we're all the way at 199. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 200 put on the Russell. This is high risk trade. Cons are sitting at 18 cents. I just got filled. 200 put on the Russell, the IWM. Zero expiring today. Still holding long on Aurora Cannabis. Still holding long on Aurora Cannabis. So Q's and Russell are still trying to firm up here. ACB still rocking and rolling. All right, guys. I just stopped out of my Russell put at 14 cents a con, so I lost 4 cents a con there. I apologize about that trade. I'm just stopping out here. So just close that 200 put, 4 cent loss per share on the Russell. So I do apologize about that one. Not the best entry. Qs are still struggling here at this range. We're coiling to make a big move. Look at Aurora Cannabis, new highs, guys. We are printing on this one up over 10% already. Aurora Cannabis, guys, is still just printing here. SMCI still struggling at 900. NVDA is still firm. AMD really struggling, looking quite bearish on the session. Wow, look at Aurora, guys. We're now up on Aurora 14.4%. Orange Whisperer, thank you again. Yeah, ACB is a monster today, guys. We are just printing with this one. We are just printing on ACB. VIX is getting faded at the moment, so the UVXY is getting faded. And again, we kind of run into the scenario where Aurora is strong right now. Market's weak. Imagine if the market started to bounce firmly. What would that do for liquidity for Aurora? It would just add more fuel to the fire, right? And considering that this bounce is still just occurring, look at Aurora trying to break out here of this little downsloping area. Let's see how high we can squeeze this name, guys. It's only 380 million market cap. Very tiny. You could easily see this thing up 20, 30, 40, 50% on the session, especially since it's strong. I'm just going to keep harping on it, that the market is weak, Aurora is strong. People just want to find long plays that are strong in a weak market. And when you have this much money coming out of the Qs, out of the S&P, all sectors are red except for energy, it does kind of ignite a potential fire under some of these small cap names that are definitely more beaten down. That gas struggling a little bit here. Look at this move, up 11.5% on the day trade, guys. Wonderful, wonderful job. Can they take us over $8, guys, on Aurora? Can they take us over $8 on Aurora? There's a strong chance that that's a big yes. Tesla's starting to curl down. Google curling down. Microsoft has a 10-minute bear flag. Apple trying to firm up here. Dixie's still strong. How are the other marijuana stocks moving? Are likes of Canopy moving right now? Yeah, Canopy's starting to firm up as well. That one's not as strong, but it's still up 7.1%. How about Tilray? Let's see. Yeah, that one's starting to firm up. What about MSOS and MJ? Those are some of the ETFs. MSOS still lagging, but trying to firm up. So, I mean, look at these Canopy growth names, right? I mean, look at these marijuana names, just showing very, very bullish price action. Heavy accumulation. Look at the Russell 2000 again. Again, the Russell has had a little bit of a technical breakdown has occurred on the Russell. So again, Dixie's still hovering above 105. Qs are trying to break this range. Russell's obviously trying to firm up as well. Guys, I just sold half of my Aurora at 729. Still riding the other half. Sold half of my Aurora at 729. Still riding the other half. Oil's dipped negative. Nat gas still holding slight gains on the session, just some minor gains. I'm moving my stop loss on Aurora up to 695. 695 stop on Aurora. 695 stop on Aurora. We're still up over 10.5%. Again, still bullish on this name, riding the rest of the half of the position, but did pull some minor profits off that position. Some minor profits. QQQ breaking this range, so there goes the Qs. Russell's still trying to firm up. A big buy the dip rally is coming into this market. Big buy the dip rally. Again, that's typically what you see. Regional banks are still down 3.18%, guys. Regional banks are still down 3.18%. Aurora Cannabis seeing some sellers in this region. Same thing with the Qs. All right, guys, high risk trade here. High risk trade. I just took a 436 put, 0 DT on the Qs. 436 put got filled at 58 cents a con. 436 put on the Qs. High risk trade. 436 put at 56 cents a con. So indices have had a really sharp bounce. They've had a decent sizable bounce. The question is, do we head lower now? VIX is being faded. Oil went negative. Russell's still firm, holding up relatively okay at the moment. So the Russell's still holding up. Qs are still trying to firm up here. NVIDIA trying to break a flag pattern. Qs are ripping, guys. Qs are absolutely ripping. So that 436 put is now against us. Again, that was just a starter position. That was just a starter position, but this is not looking like it's... You can see we're hitting this little resistance. I just added at 45 cents a con to that 436. That's the second entry. My average is now sitting at 50 cents a con on those 436s, down about 4 cents a share. Down about 4 cents. They're still holding the remaining half on ACB on the long side. What would the target on Hum be? Already at 320. Yeah, we can take a look at Humana. Just give me 1 second here. Yeah, so Humana is trying to get into this gap window again. This is a stock that's now strong in a weak market. So I think that we could easily retest this 330 zone. 330, a big level. 333, 330. You can see the Russell still just grinding and surging. Complete strength in the Russell. Regionals have only down 3% at the moment, so they are trying to firm up across the board. Aurora is still trying to press a little bit higher. Qs are now coming in. A touch. Up 3 cents on those cons. Let's see if we can get a flusher. Again, this market still runs the risk of seeing a fairly large flush. Guys, even the UVXY is into some support, so if anyone wants to try to trade and bottom pick this UVXY, hitting that 10-minute EMA 113, this does provide a good risk to reward entry. Just realize it could go negative and hit gap fill, so leave yourself some maneuverability in the event that it does. I'm just going to watch it closely here on this VIX just to see if we get any sort of a bounce. Qs are still trying to firm up across the board. So in terms of the major indices, the Russell's definitely had the best bounce. The Russell has had the best bounce. Still bullish consolidation in the Qs trying to form. If you're not long ACB, this is consolidating nicely. It looks like it wants to push higher. If we break above this bearish engulfing on the 5-minute, Aurora is probably going to rip to $8. Probably the reload area is right around the $7 whole number. That's probably the reload area. And that's because that's your little bit of a breakout zone. You can see that little downsloping breakout. All right, Qs are struggling here a little bit. Our cons are now up 3 cents. Our cons are up 3 cents. Let's see if we can get this. And again, what I'm observing here is a little bit of an upsloping wedge pattern, guys. This is a bearish wedge pattern. Your big gap down, this is upsloping. This is a bear wedge forming. Obviously, there looks to be a little bit of a micro bull flag trying to form here on the Qs. But so far, this is shaping up to be a little bit of a bearish wedge on the Qs. Obviously, NVIDIA is trying to help propel the markets here higher. Bitcoin's had a sharp reversal. But when you look at the Dixian yields, they're still super, super strong. I'd be surprised to not see this market sell off a little bit more. I'd be kind of surprised not to see that. NVIDIA's up 2.3, even SMCI went green. Probably could have held that one a little bit longer, but again, we still won on the trade. You just have to use appropriate risk management. Qs are starting to come back in just a touch again. All right, cons are now printing for us again, guys. We're up 7 cents a contract on that QQQ. Nice little down move coming into the Qs. Let's see if we can break this bearish wedge, guys. See if we can break this bearish wedge. VIX again, remember, starting to get a little bit of an uptick on the VIX. Nat gas has actually almost gone negative on the session. Again, all sectors are still down. Regional banks are getting clapped, down 3.65%, triggering very, very bearish price action. Regionals are definitely one of the sectors and charts that are looking to trigger potential head and shoulders. A bear flag breakdown is on watch. I repeat, it is a bearish wedge that we could break to the downside on. Obviously, the bottom of the wedge is technical support until you break it. There goes the potential break, guys. We are testing a little bit of this breakdown. There goes the break. Cons are now up to 65 cents. 65 cents. Come on. Flush it down to our 436s in the money. This will be a banger of a trade, guys. Again, this will be a banger of a trade if we hit 436. And again, anybody that hasn't checked out my Trading Capital Discord service, I run a swing trading and day trading service at the website over here. Bigger technical breakdown occurring, much, much larger technical breakdown occurring. Again, I'm still riding these cons. 436 0DT put. We got filled at 50 cents a con. They're currently trading at 65 cents. Still holding this Aurora cannabis. We took half of the profit around the 7 1/4 with a stop loss at 6.95 on the rest of the position. So we took about 9% on the first half, and we're still riding the second half from the 658 level. And that was brought to you by yours truly, Orange Whisperer. IWM looking very heavy. Yeah, that's starting to come in a little bit, right? Now getting back below that 50-day moving average. And yeah, looking much heavier now. Much, much heavier on the Russell 2000. There's a key little trend line that it's getting rejected at. So Aurora Cannabis still just trying to hold its strength. Nat Gas again has basically almost gone negative. So Qs have broken this wedge pattern. Dixie's still trying to press a little bit higher here, guys. Dixie is still trying to press. Here come the Qs again. We're now up 18 cents a con on the Qs. Can we get a in the money 436s? Let's see. Again, remember, still a downside move, could flush us all the way down to 429.50. You ask what would take us there to 429.50? NVIDIA going negative would certainly do that, could do that. So we're now up 19 cents a con, 19 cents a con on these 436s. Qs are trying to stabilize here and hold. We're seeing a little bit of buying strength coming back into the Qs. A little bit of buying strength. ACB starting to come in just a touch. VIX is also starting to creep up some more, guys. So the VIX is starting to creep. Again, oil did go negative. SMCI trying to hold above 900. AMD losing 167. AMD looks like it's probably going to head for its gap fill. It could even hit that gap fill today on AMD, which is sitting right around that 164.30 zone. Right now, Apple's still down 0.89, SPY down 0.82, Qs are down 0.93, Russell down 2.3. Everything has bounced though. SMCI back to the negative side. Qs are coming right back down again, guys. Cons are now up to 74 cents. We're up 24 cents a con. Let's see if we can get a double. Come on. Come on. We're almost we're up 50% on these contracts. Looking for more though. Looking for a lot more. Well over 50% now. VIX, again, remember I said if you want to buy the VIX down here, this is the spot. That's starting to get a bounce. Look at this move down in the Qs, guys. All right, I just trimmed half of the position. That's 79 cents a con, guys. Half of the position. I'm going to ride the rest of the half. Come on. So another winning trade. We banked 56% on that first half of the QQQ put. I still have another 20 contracts. Again, cons are sitting at 79 cents, up 29 cents a con. If we can get these 436s in the money, that would print. That would absolutely print. I mean, they're already printing huge. NVIDIA is starting to wane. Tesla's starting to wane. Amazon's starting to weaken. Meta's still holding firm. That one is still holding its gains, even though the Qs have pulled from the highs. Meta's still trading at the highs. Microsoft 10-minute bear flag. Google forming potentially a little bit of an intraday 10-minute bear flag itself. So we've got to watch for those names. Again, that gas still slightly green, oil slightly negative. VIX still up slightly on the session, up 3.42%. Regionals are almost down 4%. Every sector red except for materials. XLRE down 3.72%. So massive, massive decline in real estate continuing, guys. Massive decline in real estate continuing. All right, these QQQ cons are just absolutely flying right now, up to 83 cents a con. Again, we got filled at 50 cents. Let's see if we can get a double on these cons. Aurora is starting to come in. Viable support coming around that $7 range on Aurora. But just keep in mind that the Qs are falling, the Russell's now falling, and the S&P is also falling. So all major indices are seeing some downward pressure at the moment. Look at this trade, guys. 86 cents a con now. Come on, can we get a double on these? That would be brilliant. If we can double these cons, that would be sublime. Qs are still in trouble here, guys. Cons are now printing 87 cents a con, 88 cents. Come on, baby. Take us to the promised land. Guys, we are printing. Again, anyone that hasn't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, please do so. Please do so. Well, the trades that we've called out today in the live day trading room have more than paid for a membership option, both on the monthly and the yearly option. Look at the dump, guys. Cons are printing 94 cents. Come on, baby. Can we get a double? Can we take these to $1 a contract? We're almost at a double, guys. We're almost at a double. Can we take them to $1 a contract? Come on. They're at 95 cents. We are printing. Let's go. Come on, baby. Fuck yes. VIX spiking. Look at this. Don't say you weren't warned. Come on, give us $1. Give us $1 a con, Qs. Give us another little flush here. Give us $1 per con. I want 100% gain. We're at 93 cents. Come on. They're selling this. So again, remember we warned you, bearish wedge. Broke down. Could you get a bounce and retest this 438? You absolutely could. But again, things are looking pretty grim at the moment. NVIDIA even weakening. Meta's still holding firm. All right, guys, I just exited my Qs there at 91 cents a con, 91 cents a contract, closing the position for a final gain of 71%. Bang, bang. Thank you very much. 436 puts are closed. That's a huge win on the session, guys. That is a huge win on the session for us. Nice job if you're able to take that trade with us. Wonderful, wonderful job. Still holding Aurora long. We took half profits, but still looking for more. Wow, what a session today, guys. What a session. You're going to ride the rest? Yep, nothing wrong with that. I do think 436 is still getting the money. I just take my profits when the market gives it to me, but I still think 436s will hit. And again, I mean, there's still even a chance we hit 429.50. That's not on everyone's radar. But this type of inflation print, the initial market reaction, the standard deviation calculation that I've run, max downside today takes us to 429.50. Now, I'm not betting the farm or the house on that, but just be aware that that's what a measured move, standard deviation measured move calculation tells me. Qs are still coming in. Still coming in just a touch. VIX is starting to fly to the high side again. Microsoft triggering a 10-minute potential bear flag. Nice little bounce in the Qs. VIX getting faded there off of this bounce. So the VIX is starting to come in just a touch. NVIDIA is still softening up a little bit. Nat gas turned negative, oil turned negative. All right, Qs are trying to put in a potential little higher low here. So here's your low, another low, potential higher low. I do think 438 calls could probably hit in the near term. NVIDIA is trying to bounce. Microsoft's still weak. Google's still curling down. Meta's still curling down. Amazon trying to push up. Tesla trying to push up. Apple curling down. Again, Microsoft's not looking too hot here, down 1.43%. Definitely weighing on things. VIX is still trying to push up here. UVXY. Oil, nat gas still falling at the moment. Dixie still at the highs of the session. So the dollar's still managing to creep a little bit higher at the moment. Nat gas coming in. It's now negative on the session, nat gas. Energy is also trying to go negative. Dixie still at the highs of the session. VIX is still strong. Guys, high risk trade here. 438 calls on the Qs. 438 0DT calls on the Qs. Filled at $1.03. $1.03. 438 call on the Qs. Filled at $1.03. This is a high risk trade. Market's in a downtrend on the session. All right, Qs are struggling here. NVIDIA's still trying to bounce. Amazon's trying to bounce. Microsoft's and Apple and Google are really weighing in on things. Meta's still firm. Amazon curling up. Oil's gone back to the negative side. VIX is still holding firm. Come on, Qs, give us a little bit of a bid here. Google's finding some support. All right, Qs are trying to push back up. Let's see how much of a push they'll give us. Come on, 438. Let's get 438s in the money. Big push coming into the Qs, guys. Big push coming into the Qs. Come on. Look at that green stick. Look at that green stick. Meta breaking out. Google firming. Amazon firming. Guys, I just trimmed half at $1.17, so locked in 14 cents a gain there. 14 cents a con, sorry. Still riding the other half. Come on, give us one more little push up. Give us one more little push, Qs. They are melting it. Wow, what sell side pressure there on the Qs. What looked to be a little bit of a push. They're now selling right into that liquidity. So we trimmed half, still riding the other half, or basically break even. Come on, Qs, give us another little push up. I think we get one more push and then we get a potential breakdown. What I'm seeing here is we're potentially forming an intraday head and shoulders pattern, guys. Intraday head and shoulders pattern. Obviously, they're trying to bust down right now. But I think what we're forming is a right shoulder here. I'd be surprised. Wow, they are trying to break it down here. They are trying to break it down, guys. I'd be surprised if they break it already. There's still a lot of time in this day. We still could be forming a right shoulder here on the Qs, which is why I think we get one more little push before the breakout. There's Aurora trying to firm up again. So again, now we have this little bit of a neckline to watch, because I think we're building a right shoulder formation here. Cons are at $1.02. Chris is saying that gas putting in a 4-hour engulfing candle. It's headed lower. Always your own trading style, but it has some downside coming. We'll see. You know, it still had that technical breakout above that 186. I'm still bullish on that gas in the near term. Aurora trying to push higher here, so that one's still showing. Google's really hurting the Qs at the moment. So Google's seeing this downside pressure. Google's down 1%. It's coming up into that same previous gap zone where Google ended up breaking. You can see the Qs are trying to break this little bit of a bearish flag pattern. Will it break it now, or is it going to bounce it? Still think we could bounce up a little bit higher and form a little bit more of a right shoulder. But again, the VIX is still pushing, so maybe we don't get a bounce. There's always that scenario where we don't get a bounce. Come on, Qs, give us a little something. I'm seeing Bitcoin curling down a touch. All right, come on, Qs. Still trying to hold support here on the Qs. Heavy volume coming in on nat gas. That's still trending a little bit lower at the moment. Energy XLE has now gone negative, guys. So XLE has now gone negative. That was one of the only strong sectors of the day. Now everything has turned negative again. Regionals are down 4.26% on the session. So regional banks are under a lot of pressure. They're kind of NVIDIA's forming a little bit of a 3-minute bear flag. Microsoft's still weak. Meta's super strong. Amazon's putting in potentially bullish consolidation. Tesla bearish consolidation. Microsoft bearish. NVIDIA 3-minute bearish consolidation. 10-minute bullish consolidation. But right now it does look like the Qs want to try to break this support zone. It is looking like they're trying to bust it. Look at Aurora, guys. Aurora's seeing some more volume coming in. VIX is still creeping. All right, a little bit of a bearish breakdown occurring on the Qs, guys. Let's see if it was just a fake breakdown. Definitely a little bit of a bearish breakdown occurring. They are gobbling it back up in the near term. They are gobbling it back up. All right, they are breaking the Qs. NVIDIA's breaking down. Microsoft, Google. Still a lot of support with the mega caps, so we could see a reversal. There you go. There's a little bit of a reversal. Still a lot of support here in names. So we are seeing a bit of a fake breakdown occur there. Look at that. Look at that little fake breakdown, eh? Quite fascinating. You know, just like there, cons dipped down to 86 cents. Now they're back to over $1 on those 438s. So we're seeing that nice bullish reversal. We're back to basically the flat side on those cons after it was looking like I was about to cut it. They kind of shook a lot of people out, which makes me think that we're going to get a little bit of a push to create that bigger right shoulder. VIX being slightly faded. NVIDIA trying to bounce, Google trying to bounce. Meta is now seeing a little bit of sellers in this range. Apple's still weak. All right, here comes a big push. Nat gas is trying to flip back to the green side off of this 198 support zone. So it is hourly chart support on nat gas. It's being tagged at the moment. Come on, Qs. Hold the line. Hold the line. Just give us a nice little pop to 438 where we can potentially re-enter some shorts. It's a big fight here around this 437 level. Obviously, the Qs did have a little minor breakdown, which was saved. But now we're seeing more sell side pressure coming in. A little bit more sell side pressure. Still think we can get a bounce, create a little bit of a higher right shoulder. Even if it's something like, I think we could bounce back to this region here. Let's see. I think we bounce somewhere back into this 438 region. All right, come on, Qs. 438s. Push, 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 push. VIX is being slightly faded, so this may help. Aurora Cannabis seeing a little bit of sellers. I am seeing Google still curling down. Meta, so communication-based stocks are being hit a little bit. Tesla's trying to firm up. Microsoft's trying to bounce a little bit. NVIDIA trying to bounce. We have to be careful of a potential lower high being formed on NVIDIA. Right now, QQQ is starting to come down a little bit more. We are still seeing the Qs weaken. Dixie's still climbing. It's up over 1% on the session on the DXY. The NASDAQ right now is down over 1.15. Russell's down over 2.5. So a considerable amount of weakness in the Russell, and that's being led by the regional banks and real estate. All right, Qs are look like they're kind of being flushed here. The weakness in Google's starting to break down. Apple seeing more sellers. Meta seeing a little bit of reversal at the highs. What am I into trading? Nat gas. I have UNG calls. I have a Boyle position, common shares. I have a few natural gas resource stocks as well. Calls on. So I'm still remaining bullish on nat gas because we have had a technical breakout on the daily. But it's nothing goes up in a straight line, right? You know, nat gas has had a nice 1, 2, 3 day rally. Tried getting above the $2 psychological whole number. Was trading above it. Now it's seeing some rejection. Qs are just hovering right on this key area. Right on this key area. But they are weakening a touch. And the sell side pressure is coming from really Apple and Google and Meta at the moment. Microsoft holding steady. NVIDIA holding steady. Amazon still holding steady. But things look like they're trying to come down just a touch here. Still think they're trying to... We could get a flush, but I think they're trying to rope in a bunch of shorts here. I think we'd still get a pop before the bigger move down comes. Still think we could see a down move, but I'm anticipating that we get some sort of a little pop first before that down move. As of now, they're just pinning us right on this 437 strike zone. QQQ still down 1.17%. S&P is outperforming the Qs by a slight margin. VIX is being faded a touch. NVIDIA, big pop on NVIDIA. Really big pop on NVIDIA. Let's see if it helps the rest of the Qs. Still seeing major sell side pressure in the Qs. Major sell side pressure. Really hasn't firmed up at all. So again, we're sitting in those 438s at $1.03 a con. Right now we're slightly down. They're at about $1. We did take profits at $1.17. All right, we're now basically back to break even. Still looking for a move to 438. We're really in this vicinity of this blue zone. We could even get above 438 on the Qs. All right, cons are now in the money, guys. So we are seeing that ramp up. But just keep in mind, we're still potentially forming a right shoulder, intraday right shoulder for a head and shoulders pattern. And again, if we come down and eventually break this little neckline, then that's when hopefully we can play a little bit of a downtrend. That could take us down to 434. Go figure. Come on, 438s. Let's see if we can clear this little resistance. We should see a quick, if we clear this resistance, we should see a quick move to 438. That EMA 113 is sitting there on the 1 minute chart. Amazon's trying to break a bull flag. Microsoft's trying to firm up. NVIDIA is now seeing some sellers. I haven't seen any news on them. I think it's just pure momentum. Technical breakout on daily chart. You're just seeing people continuing to chase that momentum. Obviously, pre-elections, midterm elections, election cycle, a lot of promises probably pertaining to legalization on a federal basis. So, I mean, I think that whoever promises legalizing cannabis in the states on a federal basis probably wins the election. It's pretty much what won Trudeau the election back in Canada. There was really nothing else that set the parties apart other than that cannabis reform. All right, Qs are trying to firm up again. Come on, let's see if we can get these 438 calls in the money. Still looking for 438s to get in the money. What's everybody thinking these days? NVIDIA up, AMD up. VIX is fading. That's going to help the Qs. VIX fading here. That will help the Qs. Dollar still at the highs. 2-year yields up 3.7. 10-year yields still up 3%. Qs are still struggling here. Potential little. I'd be shocked if we don't push up. One more little pop before we have a bigger downward move. I still think that there could be a flush today, but I do think that we get one more little pop in the major indices rope in new long liquidity, and then they take it down. Potential little flag pattern on the Qs starting. Little minor bull flag pattern. Very, very minor. Also a potential 1 minute inverse head and shoulders is about to trigger. On the Qs you can see a left shoulder head, right shoulder, very minor pattern. Very minor pattern. It's a micro pattern. But again, the upside target takes us back to this 438.30 zone. So if we break this neckline, you have an upside measured move to about 438.30 on the Qs. But inside this micro bull pattern, there's definitely a bear pattern. And we're still in a downtrend on the session. Yields ripping, dollar ripping still. That Dixie chart is still at the highs and trending. And that's the concerning part for the major indices, is that with that Dixie still trending, yeah, I'm already in a sock swing there, Paul. So, I mean, I have no qualms about you. Again, our members are in the money on that position. But I have no qualms. You know, if you get up into this 438.30 zone, you could probably look to start accumulating a little bit of a position on the SOXS. But just keep in mind, I mean, you look at AMD, you look at SMCI, you look at AVGO, you look at NVDA, they have had a decent sized sell-off in the recent sessions. So, you know, it really going to be dictating how they close the market today. And the QQQ is still trying to hold that 50-day moving average, right? On the daily chart, we're still technically holding that 50-day. SPY right now, still holding above its. The Russell right now below its 50-day. All right, Qs are trying to firm up here. Let's see if we can get 438s in the money. That inverse head and shoulders has triggered, guys. The micro pattern has triggered. So we're writing 438 calls. They are up to $1.19. Look at this surge. Look at this surge, guys. All right, guys, I'm all out of my 438 calls. Sold at $1.19. Boom, boom, boom. So that's 16 cents a con. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Another win on the session for us, guys. Another win. Good job if you're able to take that with us. Really good job. So now I'm going to look to play a short side trade once we hit resistance, but not quite yet. I'll let you guys know once I do see the trade setup. Guys, I'll be right back. So now the Qs do have a, yes, I did take profits. I closed the 438 calls for about 19 cents a con. Closed them up at that EMA 113. Guys, I'm going to take a high risk lotto play here. Two things, 434 put on the Qs, 0 DTE filled at 24 cents a con, and a 435 put on the Qs filled at 41 cents a con. So again, I've sized it for a loss, but I'm just playing a little bit of a lotto. So 435 and 434 put, sized for loss, extremely light positions. But I do think that we've now formed a potential right shoulder here intraday, where if we break this little neckline, you could see a pretty big torrential downpour in the markets. And Aurora Cannabis actually just stopped me out there, guys. ACB did just stop me out on the second half, so a pleasure doing business with you guys there. We are all out of ACB. We're all out of ACB. All right, let's look at the Russell now as well. So again, we're riding a couple lotto plays on the Qs, just some small-sized positions. On the put side, again, we've already banked tremendously. And again, one of the reasons why we're back in on the short side is if you look at this Dixie chart, guys, I mean, it's just too strong at the moment. This type of a move in the Dixie where you're breaking out of this potential little range break. I mean, this Dixie chart is just a monster today, guys. It's just an absolute monster. VIX is trying to spike again. Let's look at that Russell 2000. That's starting to come in a touch. You can see the Russell daily chart. Not looking the greatest at the moment on the Russell. It is trying to hold this 4-hour chart support. At the same time, getting rejected at this key resistance. Qs are trying to push back up. So again, we have a lot of momentum to the downside in this market. We've been seeing distribution in the semis. The semiconductors went from leaders to laggers. That was kind of an indication that potentially the CPI would be hot. Surprised Bitcoin's actually holding up and not down more on the session, considering how strong the dollar is today. Can the Qs break these little neckline zones? That's the question. We'll find out momentarily. Let's look at 437 strike zone. So again, all of these red lines are our strike zones. The VIX is starting to pop up again. Dixie still at the highs of the session. We're about to potentially test a little bit of a breakdown here. Head and shoulders potential breakdown. Nat gas and oil are trying to firm up again. QQQ 436 at 53 cents. Yep. Again, I did a high-risk lotto play on 435s and 434s. Come on, Qs, chop it down. Dixie's still pressing, guys. VIX is trying to press. Potential lower high in place, as well as this intraday head and shoulders could get nasty, guys. It could get nasty if we trigger this little bear pattern. It could be a little bull trap. I mean, they've pumped up NVDA, which typically has a really big impact on the market. They're selling Microsoft, Apple. You know, what I'm seeing here is, so strategically, when you understand how sectors and ETFs are weighted, you can see what stocks they pump up to influence the indices more. So when you look at the sectors of the S&P 500, really your XLK, your XLC, your communications-based sector, and your semiconductors, your SMH and your SOXX. Those are your three or four most important sectors, because Meta has an extreme weighting. Look what stock is positive, Meta. NVIDIA has an extreme weighting. Look what stock is positive. So just those two stocks alone are really putting an underlying bid in XLK, XLC, which influences the NASDAQ. So it's almost a way that institutions will use the heavier weighted stock to manipulate the major indices and keep an underlying bid in them until they really want it to unwind. So I always find it intriguing when they pump up those heavier weighted stocks that contribute to, sectors in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. And they always seem to choose the stocks with heavier weightings like NVIDIA, Meta, because that kind of skews the market in favor. Right now, if NVIDIA and Meta turn negative, I mean, the Qs would be much, much lower on the chart. Much, much lower. So it's just kind of fascinating. All right, Qs are testing this little neckline. You can see the VIX right back up. Boom. Dixie still at the highs of the session. Russell's seeing a little bit of a breakdown here on the 10-minute chart. Let's see if we can get a flush on the Qs and break this. This could be a downtrending. It's shaping up to be a potential downtrending session in the markets, guys. It is shaping up that way. Amazon curling down. Meta's trying to curl down. Microsoft curling down. Apple curling down. Tesla curling down. Meta kind of sideways. NVIDIA sideways at the moment. Qs are right on that neckline, guys. Right on this neckline. We're trying to breach 437. It's a big strike zone. Let's see if we can break it. Dixie's still surging. New highs on the Dixie, 105.20. VIX is still up 4.76% and climbing. Here comes a potential range break. Oil is actually trying to firm up. Oil is trying to go back to the green side. Still a lot of sellers in this market. Regionals are down now almost 5%, down 4.64%. Every sector in the S&P is red. You did have some glimmer of hope in the energy side. Even that's gone right on the back of nat gas and oil falling. Let's see if we break this 437. If we break 437, we're probably going to go for a new low of day. And that's certainly still priced in the cards. VIX is quietly fading. They are trying to give the Qs a little minor facelift off this area. A tiny little facelift. Just be mindful that this head and shoulders is about to trigger, guys. And again, the downside move takes us to about 434.28. If we break this neckline, right? That's the big if. Just going to draw in this little downside target. That's our downside target. So still another couple bucks down potential on the Qs if we break this zone. They are trying to hold it at the moment. Trying to bounce it off of this support zone. NVIDIA trying to curl up. Microsoft still looking weak. Curling down. Microsoft support is really at around 419, so another dollar lower on Microsoft, there's more support, which makes me think that they will trigger this pattern to the downside. Amazon curling in, Google curling in. NVIDIA is really the only one that's trying to press higher here. So NVIDIA is trying to press higher. Microsoft curling down, Google, Meta all curling, Amazon curling down. This is where we could start to break it. I am seeing heavier sell side pressure. Come on, break this 437 neckline. Give us a nice little flush on the Qs. Again, head and shoulders is on watch, guys. Head and shoulders pattern is on watch. VIX is just stalling here slightly. Russell's coming in a touch more. No, I didn't add to ACB. What's that doing right now? I did not add to ACB. I'm just writing QQQ puts lotto plays because we've already banked tremendously. Look at this, guys. Qs are still falling. Head and shoulders has triggered, guys. Head and shoulders is triggered. It opens up a downside move of 434 on the charts, guys. 434. ACB coming in. Come on, Qs. Go for a new low of day. You'll have some support at double bottom. Just sitting just above 436, 436 and a quarter. NVIDIA is starting to sell off a little bit now. Let's look at NVIDIA because that's going to be the important chart. If NVIDIA starts to weaken here, NVIDIA is also creating a little head and shoulders. So again, we've triggered one on the Qs. If NVIDIA starts to come down and test its neckline, that's when we're going to see a really harsh potential breakdown. Those 435s that I took at 40 cents are now at 62 cents a con. The 434 0DT put I took at 25 cents are now trading at 38 cents a con. So we are banking here. We're absolutely banking. Let's see if we can get some more though. Qs are trying to stabilize here just a touch. They are trying to bounce it a little bit. Seeing buying the dip coming into Google and Microsoft, while NVIDIA still curls down. Again, potential head and shoulders on NVIDIA on watch. Hasn't triggered the neckline. QQQ has though. Oil's going green again. So oil's back to the green side. Nat gas is trying to go back to the green side. So now you're having, not only is the dollar pressing on the indices, oil's back to the green side. So I mean, that should put more strain on these overall markets. That should put more strain. As of now, the Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce. Nat gas getting a decent sized bounce. QQQ trying to recover. Microsoft, big green candle. Here's your back test to the neckline. Let's see if we can get back above that area. NVIDIA is looking a little bit more heavy in this range. Meta now curling in. Google still remaining quite firm. Now Microsoft's trying to bounce. Thanks, Whiskey Business. Appreciate that, Mike. That's all we have, right, is our education. Can never take your education away. Head and shoulders still intact at the moment. You're trying to get above that neckline, but haven't been able to get a close above that. You did get a 1 minute close below with a confirmed break. Now they are trying to push it back up. Strength is coming from Microsoft right now. And Amazon's also trying to firm up. So there's a little bit of a stick to the upside. So you are trying to recapture that little neckline. VIX is fading. NVIDIA is trying to pop above that short-term moving average. Nice bid in Microsoft. Again, I still think Microsoft will tap 419 today. Seeing some buyers firm up and step up right now. All right, so Q's closed right on that neckline. So right now it's still, the bear pattern is still in play. Q's closed right on that neckline. Bear pattern still in play. You'd love to see NVIDIA at 835 again? Yeah, that probably will happen. That probably will happen. If NVIDIA triggers its head and shoulders, it could head all the way down to 850 today. This potential bear pattern, if it triggers, 850 is your target. And what makes it more likely that it will trigger is the Qs have triggered its intraday. And you have semiconductors weak. The SOX ETF is actually down 1.69. So, I mean, the weakness in AMD, AVGO, Intel, so on and so forth, that's still on display at the moment. All right, Q's getting rejected at that neckline. Let's see if the VIX wants to make another move higher. Microsoft, Google coming back down again. So is Meta. Meta's actually starting to weaken a touch. Microsoft is still down 1.48% on the session. You haven't seen Microsoft falling 1% in quite a long time. And I do think it could even be down a couple percent on the session. Dixie still at the highs, pushing 105.22. Russell 2000 still trying to hold up at the moment. Again, Qs are just flirting with this little neckline zone. NVIDIA trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid. You can see this EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart of the UVXY has acted as support once and twice intraday. This is almost creating this W pattern. It looks like it wants to break out and push a little bit higher. Oil back to the green, nat gas back to the green. That doesn't help the market when energy stocks start to continue to perform. Microsoft catching a little bit of a bid. Tesla still forming a bit of a bear flag. Q's right back up to that neckline. They're trying to save the Qs at the moment. They are trying to save it in the near term. Same neckline acting as resistance at the moment for the Qs. And one of the reasons the Qs are trying to hold up here is 436.53 is your daily chart 50 MA. So Qs are really trying to hold that daily chart 50 MA. But remember, we've bounced off that area once already, put in a bit of a lower high. And obviously we have inflationary news dampening the market at the moment. Could be forming a little bit of a bear flag or a bear wedge pattern here on the 1 minute chart, right underneath that neckline. That little measured move takes you down to 435. But again, this head and shoulders that is triggered, the move should take us down to about 430, 430, these little white lines. Now, if you get back above, then we got to recalibrate and reassess. At this point in time, you're still seeing sellers keeping that neckline resistance intact, although Meta, Google trying to firm up. NVDA catching a little micro bid. There goes the Qs. They are pushing up some more. VIX is weakening a touch here. You are back inside of the neckline, but you haven't really confirmed it. So if you get back above this neckline, then your next head and shoulders neckline would really be this lower boundary pivot here. And then you'd have to wait for a break below that to calculate the next measured move. As of now, we're kind of just teetering on a little bit of a knife edge here. Qs are trying to firm up. Apple's still weak. Microsoft curling up. Meta, Google curling up. Tesla curling down. Bitcoin curling up. Yeah, Apple's still hanging around the neckline, right? It's trying to rope in. Market makers are trying to see which side comes in heavier. Are they trying to rope in the puts? Are they trying to rope in the calls? Again, it's all about maximizing exit liquidity. They could easily pop Apple up a couple percent before they break it. The fact that Apple's just struggling at this bear range, and hasn't really firmed up and got a bounce since the middle of March. It's a little concerning. You had a bounce off 161 area all the way up to about 184. Sorry, that's the Tesla chart. I was looking at the wrong chart. My apologies. So yeah, Apple today is confirming the head and shoulders breakdown. My apologies. So that will be confirming the technical head and shoulders breakdown. Again, the downside target on that is all the way down to about 150, but there's going to be other support levels along the way. I mean, even the type of pattern that Apple's forming right now could be construed as a little bit of a falling wedge pattern. So I think that even if the indices start to break down through semis and Microsoft, I think Apple still could potentially catch a bid, because remember, Apple started its bear market and is trading in a bear market when the Qs and the S&P are trading at all-time highs. Apple started its decline much, much before the entire broad market. Everything in AI and semis were running when Apple was just getting slaughtered. So there is a scenario where Apple could actually bounce even if the indices start to break down more. You know, if you get selling through Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and NVDA, that could bring the whole market down, and Apple still could potentially bounce. Apple's looking kind of intriguing at the moment. You know, a lot of people are seeing this head and shoulders breakdown, technical breakdown being confirmed today if we close here. So they're probably going to be piling in on the short side. And again, this little breakdown on Apple is kind of a light volume breakdown. Look at this QQQ just struggling at this 437 neckline zone. I mean, quite amazing. Quite amazing to see. It's really, really fascinating. Nat gas taking a small breather. NVIDIA is trying to curl up here. So now you have NVIDIA and the Qs trying to curl. Google, Meta acting well, very, very well in the near term. Dollar's still at the highs of the session. It really hasn't taken a breather yet. Microsoft, Google still pressing. It's going to be helpful for the Qs. Just like that, the Qs tried getting above that little neckline zone and sellers stepping right back in. You have an aggressive stop loss on your puts that they're trying to break. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So you can see Aurora Cannabis still holding that $7 level, still acting okay in this range. NVIDIA now curling down, Microsoft, Google, Meta pushing up. So now they're using sell side pressure in NVIDIA, but you're seeing Google, Meta, Microsoft pushing. Qs are still firming up here. They are trying to firm up. Tesla's still down 3%, Apple's still down 1.2, Qs are still down 1.1, Russell down 2.7, S&P down 1.16, SOX Bear ETF up 4.89, Bitcoin still down 0.66%, Dixie up over 1.07%, trading at 105.22. NVIDIA right now showing strength up 1.43, SMCI up half, Meta's up 0.5%, oil's slightly green, Nat gas slightly negative. Alibaba still showing resiliency up 1.5%. Canopy Growth still up 1%. All sectors in the S&P are still red. All sectors in the S&P are still red at the moment. NVIDIA is looking a little bit heavier, guys. So this is where we run into a situation that if NVIDIA, the leading stock of the day, starts breaking down, what's it going to do to the rest of the QQQ complex? Heavier sell side pressure. Heavy. Remember, NVIDIA has a heavy weighting in the XLK, Qs, SPY, SMH, SOXX. So big weighting. Our Qs are still struggling at that neckline. Remember, we did trigger that head and shoulders as seen by this intraday action. Downside takes us all the way to 430, 430. Here comes potentially the breakdown, guys. Let's watch for this potential breakdown. Come on, give it up. Give up that neckline, Qs. Give it up. So they're still just keeping this market pinned at that neckline. They are trying to bump up the Qs through Google and Microsoft. NVIDIA catching a little bit of a bounce. Qs are still trying to press. Really big ramp up there in the Qs. Really big ramp up. QQQ pushing heavy, negating that little neckline. Trying to get a little bit of a technical breakout here on the Qs. Intraday, first resistance EMA, second resistance this upsloping trend line, third resistance at 438 strike zone. Taking a bit of a breather there. Still seeing Google ripping higher here, Microsoft ripping, Apple's trying to participate, Meta's ripping, NVIDIA's still struggling just a touch. Can see how they rope people on the short side when you trigger that little neckline, and now they pump it right back up. So all a game of a little bit of liquidity grabs here and there. That's really what this comes down to. NVIDIA is still trying to press a little bit higher at the moment. Big ramp up in the Qs. Qs are coming right back in, guys. VIX is trying to break a bull flag. Qs are trying to come back down and retest that little neckline. Again, you can see that there's two necklines at play. Which one will you break? Hard rejection on Google, Meta. Dixie's still pressing near the highs of the session, guys. Dixie is still pressing. So, I mean, this could be where we finally break down here. They tried breaking it down here. Probably caught a lot of shorts off guard. Now they pumped it back up, causing people to chase long. Then they rip it right back down, get people to cover. And it's just a game of whipsaw price action. Just a whippy price action. Yep, that head and shoulders was negated, but there's still a potential that we still could trigger an even bigger one now using this lower boundary trend line. If we trigger this area, you could still have a head and shoulders. There's still a big right shoulder here forming. And again, still kind of forming on NVIDIA's chart. So there's still a potential for more downside. I still think we could flush lower based off of what we're seeing in the dollar and yield market. There's still massive weakness in this market. Strength in yield, strength in the Dixie. Dixie's still powering. Oil's gone back to the green side. I mean, those little characteristics are not helpful for the market. You know, I am seeing the Russell 2000 trying to stay firm here, but also running into some near-term sell-side pressure. Qs are still hovering above that 436.54 daily chart support, which is your 50-day moving average. Still hovering at that key zone. All right, Microsoft seeing a little more selling. Same thing with Google. Tesla's still putting in a potential little bear flag pattern. You can see the Qs had an attempt at a little breakout here, backtesting that little downsloping trend line. Let's see if this holds. So we're at a big inflection point. If you hold the breakout, you could push up to 438. If you get rejected here, I still think 436 and even lower is in the cards. Let's see what happens here. VIX still putting in a bull flag pattern. Dixie still just grinding higher and higher and higher. I mean, just to think that the Dixie, you know, when this market put in this low here, the Dixie was trading really at this 105 area. Now it's just pushed up. So it makes sense that since the Dixie's just pressed higher all day, we should see more sell side pressure come into this market. And it's really probably going to come from potentially the emerging market side as well, you know, and small caps. Small caps have been obliterated today, but it doesn't mean they can't go lower. I mean, regionals are almost down 5% on the session on the regionals. Look at that technical breakdown on KRE, guys. This is what we've been discussing with members. This has been shaping up to be a distribution bear pattern. Getting the technical breakdown, volume follows it too. So what signifies this breakdown more and puts it into more likely that we go lower is that the volume's there today. Not even close to halfway done the day, well, pretty much halfway, but still seeing massive weakness in the regionals at this point. So we'll keep them on watch. NVIDIA starting to come in a touch. Qs are basically retesting that little neckline break. Let's see if we can get a final breakdown of this area. Dixie still just grinding. Dixie is still just grinding. VIX just consolidating. Regionals are trying to catch a bid here as the Qs are coming in a touch. It's now 12:11. I am going to take a break soon, guys. Very soon. So they are trying to pin the Qs and hold it at this 437.20, trying to break it out here and firm it up. We are seeing the dollar taking a slight little breather, just a minor little breather. I'm still riding these lotto plays. Still think we've teetered on this neckline just a little bit too much, that we should break it lower. Okay, here comes the sell side pressure. Regionals are trying to firm up, which is kind of interesting. VIX is catching another spike, volatility spike. Still a head and shoulders on watching the Qs. NVIDIA still hasn't tested its little neckline just yet, but Qs are starting to weaken a touch. Sell side pressure coming from Google. Microsoft, likely to break. Very likely to break. NVIDIA is selling off a little bit harder at the moment. Qs are coming right back down. So now Qs are below that first little neckline, but testing the second neckline of this head and shoulders. You can see Tesla's trying to break. Let's look at Mr. Softy, looking pretty weak on the session itself. Qs are coming down some more, guys. NVIDIA is getting a bounce. Same thing with Meta. So again, what's interesting is they're not bouncing Microsoft yet. VIX is getting a nice spike as well, guys. UVXY telling us that this market wants to go a little bit lower. VIX is showing signs of accumulation, trying to break out of this flag pattern. VIX is going to head to the high of the day if we break out of this flag pattern, guys. NVIDIA, Amazon trying to catch a bounce. Same thing with Google. Tesla's still weak on the session. It's coming down now, testing 171. Oil, again, still firming up, so that's not helpful for the market. WTI crude trying to press back above 85. So the dollar's not going to be able to take a breather unless oil stops. Simple as that. From my opinion, we don't have to overcomplicate things. Inflation is now starting to be dictated with what oil and commodities are doing. That's kind of it. And I mean, it's hard to not expect inflation running rampant when also the stock market's back to all-time highs. Whiskey Biz saying that was what I was watching the other day, and the Dixie finally broke down at the end of the day, but it's very strong today. I did take some UVXY calls yesterday as well. Nice. Microsoft, NVIDIA trying to catch a bid. Same thing with Tesla, just can't get out of its own way. We're on the precipice of potentially having a flush in the Qs. Put in that big bearish consolidation, tried breaking out, negated the head and shoulders, back down, made a new low. Now we're putting in some bearish consolidation right underneath this previous breakdown. So this is what's shaping out to be a failed breakout, which means that we should see a flush. Again, Microsoft's coming up into some support here at this 419 zone. The question is, will it hold? They are trying to bounce it here. But again, we should see a flush at some point. You've been teetering on this little neckline zone for just a touch too long at the moment. The Dixie still keeps making new high after new high. Oil continuing to march a little bit higher here. Again, it's now green on the session. So your headwinds, tailwinds, let's go over things. Tailwinds for the market, nothing. Headwinds, yield strong, dollar strong, VIX strong, oil strong. So really, is there any rhyme or reason as to why the markets should bounce here? Sure, you're trying to hit that daily 50 MA on the Qs, but we have breached that level. We've tagged it already once before. NVIDIA is forming a little bit of a bear flag, so is Microsoft. Amazon's actually looking a little bit more constructive. Meta is now selling off, so Meta is seeing some hard downside. So now that's going to hurt the communication stocks as well. So the next phase of this little downturn is probably going to happen through Meta and NVIDIA. So the next phase of this little down leg that I'm anticipating in the Qs is probably going to come from Meta and NVIDIA. Microsoft trying to firm up here. Amazon again. Amazon looks like it wants to potentially go positive here. It's trying to curl up to the high side and break out of a little bull range. Let's look at this Microsoft 3-minute chart. VIX taking a breather, dollar still strong. QQQ right back down. Qs are coming a little bit lower now. Let's see if we can finally get the breakdown. Qs are legit hanging on by a thread right now. They're hanging on to this neckline by a thread. Are they going to flush us? We'll find out. You have bear flags forming on Microsoft, NVIDIA, Tesla. Apple's trying to curl. Amazon's trying to curl. Google's trying to curl back up. So a lot of mixed price action across the board. Nat gas still struggling in this region. Qs are still coming in a touch. All right, Qs are getting a nice little bid here. Shumit saying they're freaking waiting for the Fed to start in 23 minutes to go. We have the Fed today? Do we actually have the Fed today? I was not aware of that. Is there a Fed member? It's not Powell. I doubt it's Powell. Is someone speaking today? I'll have to double check that. Oh, Fed Goolsby, and then, yeah, member Barkin. I wouldn't put too much stock in that. I think that obviously you have the FOMC meeting minutes at 2, so that could influence the markets a little bit more. But the Fed speakers at 12:45, I don't think are going to be that important. Your bigger events are at 1 o'clock, your 10-year note auction, and then at 2 o'clock, your minutes. So that type of price action could increase the volatility for sure. There's a little bit of a push up back in the Qs, so still not really breaking that resistance. You can see you're heading into this little resistance trend line again, still putting in lower highs on the Qs, guys. You are still putting in lower highs on the Qs. Amazon's trying to break out, actually. So Amazon, Tesla's getting some real good price action. Nat gas taking another breather. See Microsoft firming up. Right now, the 2-year yield's still up 4.22. So, I mean, those Fed members come out, they may have to be a little bit more hawkish today based off of what inflation has done and what that 2-year yield is saying. So they may have to be a little bit more hawkish. But I don't think they're going to be, those two members are going to be as market moving as most people think. I could be wrong. You never know what they come out and say. But Microsoft, Apple pushing, Meta pushing, Amazon's trying to break out to the high side. So Amazon's trying to press and break. So again, we do have FOMC meeting minutes at 2. FOMC minutes at 2. And the 10-year note auction at 1 o'clock. Couple Fed speakers in about 17 minutes. Alright, Amazon attempting a failed breakout here. Tesla's still putting in bearish price action. Microsoft trying to firm up here. NVIDIA is still teetering on potentially triggering a head and shoulders pattern on the intraday 3-minute or 5-minute chart. Bounced off of the neckline once, potentially putting in a lower high. We'll find out. QQQ trying to firm up here across the board. Qs are trying to firm up here. Dixie's still pushing, new high of day on the Dixie. Nat gas back to the negative side. Oil just holding on to some slight gains. Again, the big discrepancy between the Dixie and the market. Market's put in its low around here, around that 947 time frame. The Dixie around that 947 time frame was trading at around 105, and it's moved up an extra 30 cents. So big move up in the Dixie, which still makes me think that we're probably going to see a downward flush at some point, whether or not it's after the Fed speakers, after FOMC minutes, after. I still think that we could see more downside today. Yeah, just patience, right? Just patience. We're just chopping in a range. We really haven't made a move since this 11:45 candle. So for the last hour, we've just been burning theta. A little bit of a bull flag potentially trying to start on the Qs. Still think that this market is in an environment that we can short the pops. At least today, we can probably short the pops. And again, one of the reasons the Qs are acting so stubborn in this range is because 436.54 is your daily chart 50 MA. So right in this region here, this 436.54 range is where you have daily chart support. So that's one of the reasons that the market is very stubborn in this range. Very, very stubborn. Potential bull flag, NVIDIA. Most mega caps are trying to firm up. Meta, Google curling down, Amazon curling back down, Microsoft trying to push, NVIDIA trying to push, Tesla curling down. Dixie's still at the highs. VIX is still catching a bid. Alright, so we are trying to break out of this little flag pattern on the Qs. Qs are trying to break this little flag pattern. Getting a little bit of a bump up here. NVDA getting a nice bid. Same thing with Amazon. Bitcoin firming up. Bitcoin actually trying to go positive. Go figure, eh? Bitcoin flipping some of the sentiment in the market and trying to go green. Very interesting. VIX still trying to consolidate bullishly. Volume is picking up on the QQQ in this region. So volume is picking up, showing that there are some sellers in this region, but also buyers pushing it. So a pretty decent move up. Strength in NVIDIA. Apple's taking a bit of a breather. Amazon's still at resistance, but it's tried breaking out of this level twice now. NVIDIA firming. There's a really big push in the Qs. Qs are only down 1% now. They are trying to firm up across the board. Bitcoin's breaking. All right, guys, I'm taking a 437 put on the Qs. Got filled at 80 cents a con. 437 0 DTE put on the Qs. 87 cents a con. Sorry, 82 cents a con. 82 cents a con. Right off this resistance. Still have those lotto plays, but they're kind of gone against us. But those are sized for a loss. This one's a little bit heavier, this trade. Microsoft running into a little bit of resistance at the moment. Just a touch of resistance. Nothing crazy here. You can see the VIX started falling a little bit here. All right, so the 437 is moving up nicely right now. Let's see if we can get a flush. Still could be creating a very large right shoulder, guys. Still could be creating a very large right shoulder in this QQQ market. But again, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, all trying to firm up here across the board. Dixie again still acting well. VIX is faded slightly here. Dixie really still at the highs of the session, hasn't slowed down at all. Microsoft's coming up into its high little pivot range here. You can see Microsoft trying to break out of this little bit of a range. Again, those 437 puts were filled at 82 cents a contract. 82 cents. They're now trading at 89 cents. NVDA curling down. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Google Meta all curling. All right, those cons are printing, guys. Up 13 cents. Come on. Flush it. Let's go. That was a nice little entry at that resistance point. That was a nice little entry. And again, it's just that long-term upsloping wedge pattern. That's where we hit intraday. Cons are now trading at 93 cents. Back testing that EMA. Let's see if we bust through the zone. VIX catching another little spike. Google curling down. No breakout yet on Amazon intraday. No little breakout yet on the VIX. Microsoft getting a really big stick back up. Come on, Qs. Come on down. Come on down. I'm trying to hold this EMA. Apple's trying to curl back up. Apple's actually got a nice little bull flag on the 3-minute chart. It's trying to firm up here, Apple. Kind of makes me want to get out of these puts in the near term. Yeah, it does look like Apple wants to firm up. Dollar's quietly fading just a little bit. 10-year yield still up 3.5. 2-year up 4.3. 20-year yield up 2.6. Anybody else looking at any charts at the moment that they want me to touch base on? SMCI up 1, NVIDIA up 1.6, Apple still down 0.95, Tesla down 3, Broadcom down 0.6, SOX itself is down 1.84, putting the Bear ETF up 5.2. Bitcoin almost green. Bitcoin almost making a red to green reversal. Nat gas is basically down 1% now. Microsoft trying to have a little bit of a range breakout here to the upside. Imagine if that 10-year note auction comes in horrific, and it could. With inflation moving up on the long end, you have that 10-year up 3.6 today. I mean, people are dumping bonds today, which means that this bond auction approaching at 1 o'clock could come in a little bit sour. And if that comes in sour, then that's when the next down leg in the market starts. A couple Fed speakers are about to hit the tape as we speak. We're up on those cons nicely. They're trading at 97 cents. I'm still looking for 437s to go in the money. Again, we got filled at 82 cents a contract. But I want a little bit more. Come on. VIX trying to catch a bid. Yield still quietly pushing. Fed speakers should be out momentarily. AMD's at the lows of the session. NVDA still at the highs. SMCI is firmed up. It's funny how no one wants AMD anymore. So Qs are still just range bound at the moment. Boeing almost at a buy level. Let's take a look at Boeing. Just going to keep the QQQ here so we can see it while I look at Boeing on the bigger time frame. Let's look at BA. Yeah, Boeing's just a bleeder. It's getting there. It's getting there. You know, extreme oversold, you're getting that positive divergence. It's coming up into some support. Just be patient. Just be patient with this name. But it's coming up. It is approaching. It is approaching a buy level. I'll let my members know. This is a name I do like to trade. I'll let my members know once I take a long trade. But it's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. We want to really see, again, Boeing's a shit stock right now in a weak market. So we want to see if, and again, the things can go lower when the market's weak. So we want to see the Qs find some daily chart support, some technical support before you start looking at some of the weaker stocks that have been bleeding. All right, Microsoft Qs are coming in a touch more now. There's a bigger decline coming in. So obviously these Fed comments are coming out a little bit more dovish as you're seeing the Qs push up. Dixie's fading a little bit, so markets are liking it. I'm probably going to take a break even on these 82-cent cons, the 437s. If we hit 82 cents, I'll probably look to take a little bit of a break even. Still riding them. Still up about 2 cents a con. But we have seen Amazon reattempting a breakout, Google trying to break out, Microsoft trying to break out of its little bear range. Let's just see if this is a fake breakout or if it's meaningful. Still holding the Qs. Are up about 5 cents a con. Nothing crazy to sneeze at. VIX is trying to catch another little bid. Wow. Microsoft still trying to hold firm here. NVIDIA is also trying to firm. Amazon's trying to break out here on the intraday chart. It could want to push for its gap fill. So Amazon's showing some resiliency on the session here. The question is it enough to carry the Qs? You can see a little bit of a short-term breakout occurring in Amazon. Little short-term breakout. We're still into this resistance point at the moment, but Amazon's trying to firm up. And if Amazon can break past this 185.40 zone, this gap fill may be pushed. Bitcoin again, a nice move in Bitcoin. Still seeing the Qs acting constructive here. Strength in Apple, Google, Microsoft. You're now seeing Meta and Google curling back down. Amazon's still trying to remain firm here. NVIDIA running into some minor sellers. Apple's trying to trigger a bull flag breakout. Intraday. Dixie's cooling off a little bit here. So the Dixie's had a little bit of a last 30 minutes of a sell-off. Really, the markets are still range bound at the moment. There's a hard sell-off on the Qs. A little bit of a rejection there. Sell side pressure being observed in NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple. So yeah, it's bringing the whole QQQ complex down. We're still holding. I'm still holding 437s at 82 cents a con. You can pretty much get the same entry as me, just a few pennies higher. But I'm still holding. Amazon, you can see, still trying to press. But you do have NVIDIA starting to weaken a touch here. Our Qs are still trying to move higher. Big ramp up in the Qs there, guys. Wow. All right, I just added there to my cons at 70 cents a con. My average is now sitting at 77 cents a con on those 437s. But I am watching this closely because I may stop out for a loss. I repeat, I may stop out for a loss. Dixie faded. We are into some decent resistance here, but a potential little bullish breakout occurring on the Qs. Could even argue that it's an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. I actually only saw this until now. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Should backtest lower first. But as of now, Qs are trying to firm up across the board in mega cap tech land. Monster push in the Qs, guys. A little bit of a monster push. Heavy volume off of that news. Again, Dixie did fade. VIX faded. NVIDIA still charging. Amazon still ripping for its little bit of a gap fill. Apple ripping. Microsoft now ripping. NVIDIA trying to break out of this little bit of a bear range. If it can, I mean, that's going to help the market even more. I apologize about this trade right now. It is going against us on the Qs. This is going against us on the Qs at the moment. VIX is being faded. So Amazon's hit its gap fill. Whoa, Amazon hit its gap fill. That's insane. That's insane. So Amazon ripped higher, hit its gap fill. Microsoft ripped there. Were there too many puts in the market? They pumped it up. We'll see. We're still technically in a little bit of a bear trend today, even though we have firmed up and made a nice little potential higher high. And you're holding higher lows from your low of day. So market is trying to firm up here and push. The question is there much more gas left in the tank? Amazon still pressing, Google coming in, Apple still pressing, Microsoft still acting okay, hitting some resistance as we speak. No official breakout yet on NVIDIA. Qs are still trying to press here. NVIDIA is seeing some sellers. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Strength in Meta, Amazon, Tesla is trying to firm. KRE is still down 4.76%, but trying to firm up. Still, Qs are still pressing here. Remarkable strength coming into the Qs again, guys. Remarkable strength. Let's look at the 3-minute resistance, trying to get above that EMA. Let's remove some of these trend lines. So now this is where a lot of people are chasing calls in this region. And they probably do a back test down to 437.80, and then that's where we see if the bulls can hold this little bit of a wedge pattern breakout. So we'll see if we get any sort of back test. At the moment, we're not. Your next resistance lies right around this area. So again, I am down on these 437 puts quite substantially. Again, down about 17 cents a contract. So again, I apologize about that at the moment. Still think we could come lower. Still like 437s, but as of now, the market is looking a little bit more constructive due to the fact that the dollar's faded a little bit off the back of the FOMC, Fed members. Markets are rebounding. Amazon broke out, Meta trying to break out, Microsoft attempting a break, Apple trying to break. NVIDIA is really the one that's just struggling here, but if it can get going, I mean, the Qs could push even higher here. VIX quietly got faded, so the UVXY did get faded. 438.63 is strong. Yeah, it's a strong. NVIDIA is trying to wake up now. Yep, Qs are firm right now. Oh, big down candle there on the Qs. So that 10-year note auction coming out, guys, spiking the 10-year. It's now at 4.26%. So 10-year yield spiking there, guys. 10-year yield did spike there. Look at that. This is why we're still holding. Look at that. We're basically now up 13 cents a con, guys. 10-year yield is spiking. Whoa. What a down candle there, guys. Did you guys see that? That was intense. Again, 10-year yield back up 4.49. It's pushing yields up, guys. Pushing yields up. US 10-year yield auction not going well. Let's see what it does to the overall market. It's now trading at 4.49. Watch this flush. Look at that spike. So that's what I said. Remember I said that note auction could come in hot and spike things, and that's kind of what we've been seeing. Qs are trying to still hold that technical breakout zone, but this 10-year note auction is still trying to press higher, guys. That's not a good sign for the overall equity market. That was a big rip. Let's see if we get more downside. Let's see if this turns into a failed breakout, but that was a huge dump. Things are trying to firm up across the board. Crazy volatility, but that 10-year yield spiking like that is not a healthy sign for the equity markets. That's kind of what I was worried about, which is why I went into puts. Timing, though, is tough. Look at NVIDIA falling. NVIDIA is coming down to trigger this neckline. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Just like that, we're in the money. We're up already 20 cents a con, guys. 20 cents a con. Come on, baby. Let's get going. Flush us. Come on, flush us. Take us in the money, guys. And remember, there's still a head and shoulders on NVIDIA, head and shoulders on the QQQ as well. But that was a huge jump in the 10-year yield, trying to catch up to the 2-year yield. Dixie had a little bit of a spike there. We should see assets reprice yet again. The KRE is now down 5.26, guys. Look at these puts print. Look at these puts print, guys. Yes! Let's go! Come on, baby. Flush us down past 437. Break this little neckline. Just like that, right? Just like that, guys. We're down on the trade and instantaneously, boom, right back into the green. That's what I like to see. Those cons are printing, guys. Let's go. Come on. We're up to $1.14. We got it average at 77 cents. Let's go, man. Come on. Look at that down move in the Qs, guys. All right, guys, I trimmed half at $1.14. I trimmed half at $1.14. Still riding the rest. I'm leaving runners just in case. But what a trade there, guys. What a trade. And we still have the FOMC minutes. So imagine it's a double whammy where the FOMC Qs are breaking, guys. Probably going to go for a new low of day, guys. Qs are breaking down here. Whoa, look at the torrential sell-offs. So this is why we just slowly position ourselves into the technical resistance. We were buying puts right ahead of this auction. Boom. And we got paid, guys. We got paid. $1.19 a con. Can we get to 150 a con? That would be a 100% gain on the trade, guys. Look at this. 437s are in the money. So we are all in the driver's seat now. I don't care how you want to pare back your profits. With 0 DTEs, it's likely that you want to trim as the market falls, and then you can leave runners. But we are in the driver's seat. We are testing and trying to break the low of day, guys. This is where things on the Qs can get really, really nasty. If we break this trend line, again, we're teetering on this head and shoulders pattern. We are teetering on this head and shoulders pattern that we have been waiting for and discussing for how long now? The last couple hours. So everyone should have been able to get that. We go down on our trade 20, 30% to basically up 30% instantaneously. Qs are not looking hot at the moment. NVIDIA trying to trigger a head and shoulders pattern again. If NVIDIA breaks this, guys, look at the downside move that NVIDIA could occur today. Basically all the way down to about 850. All the way down to about 850. Qs are seeing some buyers coming in at the moment. Just a little bit of buyers. Microsoft, Google all trying to take a little bit of a bounce, but what a flush, guys. What a absolute reversal. And this looks like we're going to make a new low of day. That 10-year yield auction did not go according to plan, and that's because inflation. Look at that spike on the UVXY. Whew. That's telling us that this could go lower. Again, we're teetering now the new neckline, right? We're teetering this neckline again. We've been teetering on these necklines pretty much all session, all day. Again, cons are sitting at $1.27. Our average is 77 cents. Nice, Tom. Hopefully you have a decent average. We're riding 437s. I still have 435s, 434s as the lotto, and we're deep in the money on those 437s. Cons are trading at $1.30 and printing. $1.30 and printing. Look at this, guys. Here we go. Is the Q's going to make a new low of day? Your low of day is sitting right around that 436.28 layer. So we're about 40 cents away. Cons are up to $1.41. We've almost got a double on this, guys. We've almost got a double on this QQQ. Come on, keep flushing. Keep breaking it lower. This wants to go lower. Bearish price action in Meta, Amazon. NVIDIA is trying to bounce and hold this neckline. But imagine if NVIDIA breaks this neckline, where do we go? Where do we go from there? Dixie made a new high of day. Dixie made a new high of day. I repeat, the Dixie is just firming. The 10-year yield is at 4.44%, guys. 4.44%. If that's not telling you the long end of the curve is becoming entrenched, I don't know what is. Come on, Qs. Come on down. We have triggered the head and shoulders, guys. Really big head and shoulders pattern has triggered on the Qs. On the 1 minute chart, let's do a quick downside calculation. And this could happen today, guys. We haven't seen a downside move in the Qs for quite a long time. That puts us all the way down to about 434, guys. Now, will we flush their straight shot? Most likely not. You have a few different strike levels in between, support at 436, 435s. But again, this type of price action in the yield market should not be taken lightly. And if you get a VIX breakout out of the high of day, this market's in trouble. Qs are trying to stabilize here. NVIDIA trying to capture this neckline again. Failed breakout on Amazon, Google, Microsoft. So you've had a lot of failed bullish patterns off of that. WBA oversold on almost every time frame, just broke trend line of resistance. Yeah, but this is the weak market, right? So you just want to realize that WBA is not going to catch a bid when the S&P and the Qs are falling. Even though it's oversold, maybe it won't go down as much, but definitely that stock will probably only start to bottom. Look at NVIDIA, guys. That stock will likely only start to bottom when the markets find technical support. All right, guys, cons are up to $1.42. We're almost 100% on these QQQ puts, guys. These 437s are almost up 100% from entry. 434 put that I'm writing, we got filled at 28 cents. It's now at 36 cents. 36 cents a con, so we're looking for more. Come on, Qs. NVIDIA testing a breakdown. Again, guys, hopefully everyone on the stream has been able to print with us. I mean, we've called out bangers all morning. Winning on the Qs initially, winning on SMCI. We've printed banger after banger after banger today. So please hit the like button, share this content. I'm here all day. I said I was going to take a break a few hours ago, and that never happened because we got another trade. But it's just amazing to see that we're able to execute here in the live stream, all free, holding people's hands, sharing our screens, calling out the entries, and just prepping people for what's occurring in the overall markets. Again, this stream will be switching to a paid service at some point. I do not have a timeline yet, but my current members are likely going to be grandfathered in. Just gotta connect here. So NVIDIA has triggered a head and shoulders, guys. It's trying to bounce and negate that. A lot of buyers are trying to step in here. VIX slightly fading. Apple, Microsoft, Tesla going for a new low of day. Amazon still trying to hold its little breakout zone. Nat gas and oil also getting faded slightly. Qs are getting a nice big bounce here, a really sizable bounce. Yeah, that has been going crazy. All right, big bounce on the Qs, trying to recapture that trend. Qs are trying to. So this is the importance of when we trimmed half down here. We did trim half. Big bounce in the Qs, guys. Really sizable bounce in the Qs. NVIDIA seeing more sellers, trying to come back down again. Qs are still trying to hold this little neckline. They really don't want to give it up at this point. 10-year yield still up 4.58%. 2-year yield's almost up 5% on the session. Regionals are getting absolutely slaughtered. Still every sector down in the S&P 500. VIX trying to quietly sneak up again. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to go lower. Amazon's selling, Tesla's still selling. Google's trying to firm up with Meta. NVIDIA hanging on to this neckline. Remember, semiconductors are weak today across the board. SMH negative, SOX negative, but you still have strength in NVIDIA. So NVIDIA could be something that if it breaks down and gives it some of the strength. Which bank is going down? Any guesses? That's a tough one to say. I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, if I look through my list here, just give me a second. Let's see. It won't be PNC. That's a super regional. So that one's a little bit too strong and too important for the overall regional market. Obviously, NYCB's weak on the session. That one's just been nasty. That one could be on the chopping block. Western Alliance, maybe. That one could be on the chopping block. Bank of Hawaii's balance sheet looks like absolutely trash. NVIDIA is still coming back down, but you have Google, Meta trying to hold steady. Microsoft received a really big bounce. But NVIDIA is starting to weigh in on things if it breaks this little neckline zone. Let's see if the Qs want to sell off. As of now, they're still holding steady. Still holding steady. Big pump there in the Qs. Whoa, what a surge in the Qs, guys. The Fed minutes have come out and they've pumped this market right back up. Or something's being said. Sorry, it's not the Fed minutes yet, but something is being said. Qs are trying to press back up, NVIDIA back above its little neckline. So what crazy volatility here today. Insane volatility. Whoa, what a spike, guys. Up, down, all the way around. Holy. And again, strength coming right back into mega cap tech land. as if that sell-off never occurred. Pushing right back up. NVIDIA ripping. Amazon, Google, Meta still strong. Alright guys, I closed those QQQ 437s. Those are done and dusted. So net, it was a nice little gain for us. The second half did go slightly against us, but the first half of the profits banked pretty tremendously. But a huge rip right back up. Right back up to that previous little sell side candle. As if the sell-off never happened. So they bared people up with that big fat finger sell-off, 10-year yield spike, dollar spike. Yields have softened a touch now. And the Qs are absolutely flying at the moment. They are flying at the moment. Look at the VIX getting faded to the extremes. Huge fade on the VIX. This is insane options shenanigans that is occurring. Crazy price action. Crazy intraday price action. Qs are still trying to rip higher here, guys. Dollar's really faded and softened up. So the Dixie's really softened up. AMD received a magnificent bounce off of its little gap fill. QQQ still trying to rip face a little bit. NVIDIA still up 1.83. VIX has softened quite substantially here, allowing the markets to have a nice reversal back up to the high side. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is why you take profits, right? And you put break evens and you trail it, because market shenanigans, you dump, you pump. We could easily have another dump. We could easily have another dump. I'd be surprised if we don't have another dump. Maybe it has to wait for the FOMC minutes at 2. The 10-year and the 2-year are still phenomenally strong. You're seeing that gas catching a little bit of a bid now. It's trying to go green. Again, oil's back to the negative side slightly. Qs are still down 0.8, SPY's down 0.9. They have firmed up, though, off of the lows, but seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment into this resistance point. But what insane volatility, down, up, just crazy, 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 crazy. Algorithmic trading, manipulation, whatever you want to call it. The Qs did make a nice bullish recovery. NVIDIA negated that head and shoulders for now, trying to firm up as we speak. Microsoft's still trying to push. Google's still ripping. Amazon's still at the highs. Bitcoin's positive. Meta's ripping. Heavy volume coming in this range on the Qs. We are trying to break out here. Let's just see if there's enough buying pressure at the moment. These options contracts are moving so fast, it'll make your head spin. Yeah, you could get another little pop for sure. Dixie's had a nice little 20-minute sell-off here, which is why the markets are staying buoyant. NVIDIA again tagging resistance. Microsoft's into some decent resistance. Meta's still holding up over 1% now on the session on Meta. Just monster move on Meta. Apple still acting well. Nat Gas is catching a nice little bid here. So we are seeing firming up in Nat Gas. Semiconductors are still under a bit of pressure here, but Qs are trying to make a move higher again. So there's the Qs trying to break this little range. Qs are still trying to hold this little bull flag structure and press. Nat Gas catching a nice bid. Bitcoin's trying to continue to pop. Dixie really faded there. Still up 1% on the session, trading at 105.13, but it has faded quite substantially, the Dixie. So you can see the little decline in the Dixie, which is why the market's popped over the last 15 minutes. Big decline on the Dixie. So the initial spike on the Dixies was called the sell-off. Initial drop here is what caused this pop. Markets are trying to stabilize here and build a little bit of a pattern. Potential bull flag forming. You also have a little bit of a larger time head and shoulders. You know, the thing that is a little concerning is that NVIDIA really hasn't broken out of this little bit of a range all day, despite the Qs have moved substantially off of their lows. So there's still a lot of distribution occurring in this market. Keep in mind that the 10-year is still at 4.26. It's not every day you get to see the 10-year up that much. 2-year yield up 4.8. 20-year yield up 3.3. So there's still a scenario where this market could severely misprice itself. Let's see if they want to take us lower. Let's just see if this is a rope and dope liquidity grab. Again, downside target, if we keep testing these head and shoulders necklines, still have a 434.25 downside potential target. Probably won't hit today, but it could. Our IQs are still coming in just a touch more. They are trying to firm up though. NVIDIA is trying to firm up. Meta is still strong. Microsoft saw a nice little bearish engulfing candle at those highs. Dollar putting in a little bit of a reversal itself. There's a little bit of a flush. We'll see if it results in more. Qs are coming in quite hard now. Quite hard. Oil's spiking here, guys. Oil's spiking again. Dollar's dropping. So, I mean, that's not going to be good for the market if oil continues to spike here. Oil's starting to rip again. Microsoft coming in a little bit heavier now. Qs are still trying to hold this little bit of a trend line of support. Still think we could fall a little bit lower in the grand scheme of things. Dollar trying to catch a bid. Look at this oil chart, guys. Something again. Oil's just sniffing out any little weakness in the dollar. Oil is just taking full advantage of. Look at that spike in oil. I don't know if there's news on oil, guys. Anyone seeing anything on the headlines? I'm trying to look at mine. I see nothing yet. I see nothing yet on the headlines of oil, but oil's spiking here. Wow, look at oil go, guys. Qs are still coming in, guys. Qs are still coming in. Oil's just ripping, guys. Holy. I don't know what's going on with oil, but something is coming. What a day, guys. What a day. Holy. Not every day you get to see crazy volatility like this. This is immense volatility. Oh, USC's missile strike on Israel by Iran proxies. Okay, so that's why the dollar, that's why oil's pushing. So there's a little bit of a strike. So just another little negative news headline that's causing geopolitical strife. Another thing that could push these equities a little bit farther down is more geopolitical tensions. Keep in mind we have been putting in higher lows on the session. We haven't really tested this breakdown point yet, but we're getting close to potentially seeing a flush. Let's see what the VIX is doing again, UVXY. Let's see if any downside protection is being accumulated again. Right back to the highs, guys, the VIX. So, yep, that's right back to the highs. So this is a pivotal area for the Qs. If we breach it, not going to be good signs for the Qs. We are starting to trend a little bit lower again. Wow, this is crazy price action, guys. This is intense. Dixie's still trying to catch a big bid. VIX is still catching a big bid. Oil's still trying to catch a big bid off of that geopolitical news. Still have FOMC minutes to come out, guys. That's another headline-driven event that could shake things up. The minutes, we could see increased volatility in the minutes as well. So that's still coming up in 23 minutes, guys. So just keep that in mind. Those Fed minutes are still coming up. VIX is going for new highs. Look at the VIX go, guys. VIX is trying to go for new highs. Did put in new highs there. And there's a lot of people trying to bottom pick the Qs here. The Qs are retesting that 50-day moving average again. Volume today on the Qs is trading at 38.28 million. So we'll probably get to about 50, 60 million in between that range, which is decent. It's not a bad day for the Qs in terms of volume. Strong, yeah, rig fell there. So you still have oil holding the lion's share of its little poof reversal on news. QQQ does look like it wants to go lower, but finding some support here. Again, the Qs are finding some support. Let's see if the Qs have not taken out the low of day just yet. The Qs have not taken out the low of day yet, but they're appearing like they're at least wanting to test it, which is sitting close. 436.30 is your low of day, guys. 436.30 is your low of day. VIX is still popping here, guys. Qs are trying to go for low of day. Nat gas is trying to firm up. Oil's still looking strong. Resource stocks are firming up. Every sector is still red in the overall S&P 500. Energy's down the least. KRE's down the most. It's not technically an S&P 500 sector, but real estate's down the most if you're looking at S&P 500 sectors alone. All right, guys, Qs are almost at the low of day. Almost, but trying to find some buyers here. Again, VIX is still showing some heavy signs of accumulation in this range. So the VIX is still trending lower. Again, my 434 lottery play, my average is sitting at 26 cents a con, trading at 34. Still think we're going to trend a little bit lower. VIX is still spiking here, guys. UVXY still spiking to the high side. Big spike up there in the Qs. Biden saying we have a plan to deal with inflation. Highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. All right, oil VIX taking a breather. Qs could get a pop here. They're still defending that higher low. Again, we still have the Fed minutes out in 18 minutes, guys. 18 minutes, we have the FOMC minutes. VIX again taking that breather. Guys, I'll stay with you just after 2 o'clock, and then I am going to take a little bit of a break here. But I'll stay on for the FOMC minutes, and that's pretty much it. Oil's still continuing. So oil's still continuing. Qs still haven't taken out the low of day. I'm seeing NVIDIA finding some support here. Microsoft trying to firm up, Google trying to firm up, guys. Meta trying to see some buyers. Tesla trying to firm up. Qs could get a little bit of a bounce here. Again, the Qs could get a small minor bounce. Still a lot of weakness in the overall market with the VIX trending higher, oil pushing higher. But they're trying to firm up the Qs. Again, mega cap could be a sign of security with tensions escalating. But as of now, we're holding the low of day, still holding a higher low pattern on the major indices. You can see your low of day, you're still holding on the Qs. Oil's still trying to push higher here. Microsoft, Apple trying to curl up. Google trying to curl up. Meta's coming down though. NVIDIA coming down. VIX and oil still super strong. NVIDIA curling back down. Again, NVIDIA is currently trading underneath its little neckline zone. So imagine they spike us up again on Fed minutes. All right, Qs are starting to firm up just a touch here. Oil VIX are still strong. Heading into the meeting, dollar's still strong. NVIDIA is starting to break down though. NVIDIA is seeing some more weakness. Big push in the Qs again, guys. Big push in the Qs. Again, Fed minutes are set to come out very shortly. What a ramp up in the Qs there. Crazy day. Yeah, it's been a crazy day. We've banked, guys. Anybody who hasn't caught a lot of those shorts and puts with us, I mean, it's been a stellar day for us. Definitely been a good day for us. Nat gas trying to firm up just a touch here. Still seeing the Qs acting okay. Qs are not looking good. This chart pattern, whether it's a head and shoulders on this 1 minute chart, whether it's a head and shoulders from this previous intraday action, Qs are not looking too hot at the moment. They certainly are not. Again, FOMC minutes in 8 minutes, guys. Apple's trying to firm up. That should help the Qs. Nat Gas trying to firm up as well. Nat Gas looks like it's put in a little bit of a low here and probably wants to maybe flip back to the positive side, retest $2 today. I could easily see that happening in Nat Gas. Meta, Google still acting well. Tesla's still weak at the session. VIX is fading here. Oil's still pressing. Dollar's being faded a touch. I think we could see a little bit of a move up in Google. So again, guys, I'll stay with you till about 2 o'clock, just after 2, just to see how these FOMC minutes react. And then I am going to grab a sauna, shower, just because we've traded enough today. I mean, we've executed tons and tons of winners, huge winners today on the session. So I think you should be pretty proud of yourself if you've caught anything with us, from puts to calls. We've pretty much traded it all, guys. Aurora. This volatility is immense. Anonymous, we did catch the down move, both on the put side once here, caught a little bit of an up move, then we played it again on the downside, so we've banked nicely today. And this type of volatility ahead of the minutes is not showing positive signs at the moment. I repeat, not really showing too much positivity at the moment. Oil's still near the highs, trying to firm up even more. All right, Fed minutes should be coming out here, guys. Fed minutes should be coming out right now. Dixie's fading, 10 years at 3.8, 2 years at 4.2. VIX seeing some slight buying pressure. Qs are coming in a touch here. So Qs are starting to come in. Qs are right back up. Nat gas trying to firm up a little bit. It's trying to go slightly green. So again, you are seeing natural Qs are being defended at this zone. QQQ still down 0.97, SPY down 1, and the Russell's down 2.77 with KRE down over 5%. XLE has actually turned green on the session, guys. QQQ still trying to hold up here. Potential still for head and shoulders to play out, but we have been defended at these lows numerous times. Google Meta is still firm, looking like they're trying to put in a bull flag pattern to move higher. So, I mean, right now it does look like the Qs could actually firm up a bit, specifically on the back of mega cap tech. Nat Gas still trying to push a little bit higher here. If Nat Gas can close above $2, that'll be a pretty good sign for Nat Gas. I mean, even in this range, it's just an inside consolidation day. Tried breaking out. Nothing wrong with the price action in Nat Gas at the moment. Oil, again, contributing more inflation. So we're still seeing that side of the market being influenced pretty heavily. So oil's trying to come down a touch. AMD's down 3.5% today, guys. Definitely a big loser on the session. AMD down 3.5%. 10-year yield has softened. It's back below 4%, trading at 3.87. Oil taking a little bit of a breather in the near term. Qs do look like they want to push a little bit higher, but again, we're still in a big technical downtrend today. And there's been a lot of distribution, a lot of chop and slop. Dixies faded for the last 10, 20, 30, 50 minutes or so. So if we see the Dixie start to firm up, that's when we could actually see the equity markets run into a little bit of potential resistance again. As of now, it's kind of a coin flip as to where the market is going to go. Still a potential intraday head and shoulders here. Still putting in a lot of distribution, a lot of weakness. This market could easily flush, guys. It could easily flush. Not that much strength in the market today. Nat Gas, again, seeing some more selling. QQQ under a little bit of pressure. It's now 207, guys. I'm going to keep the stream going, but I'm going to take a little bit of a break here just because it's been a relentless day. It's been a fairly profitable day for us. Very, very good day for us between the Qs and the puts and the calls. But we pretty much crushed the Qs today on all time frames. We crushed Aurora Cannabis due to the fact that one of the viewers here, subscribers, put that on our radar. Again, there's still a downside target on the QSAV about 434.22. That's certainly possible, but markets are definitely very, very oversold intraday. So we'll see if it can happen. All right, guys, I'm going to take a bit of a breather, and I'll be back maybe for the market close, final like half hour or so, hour, just to see how things shape up. If there's anything crazy that happens, I'll try to jump back on the mic. But as of now, we're not in any day trades. It's just members. I have some swing trades with members. And we'll see how this market wants to progress throughout the rest of the day. Remember, it's not a matter of how the markets open. It's how they close. So I think that it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we can actually bounce off of these lows, or if we stay in this little bit of a bear range. You can see the range is really from this high pivot 438.80 down to this 436.50 zone. So Definitely a range-bound day, but there's been a lot of bouts of volatility, from your big push up in the morning to a big decline, a little bit of consolidation, tried an attempt at a breakout, huge reversal down, big move up, big move down. You know, from inflation to the 10-year auction to the FOMC minutes, it's been a crazy, crazy session. Pretty much a scalper's dream. If you've been able to scalp this market with us, nice job. If not, that's okay. There will be other days. There's other news-driven events, and we'll just have to see what the market gives us. You never want to try to chase this market. You always want to be patient, and that's what we're going to do here, is just sit patiently. And if a trade falls into our lap, then I'll look to it. Right now, you're kind of in no man's land. You can push back up to the high. You can push back down. You can fall back down to the low. So really, it's kind of a 50-50 gamble right now at this point if you were to take a call or a put. Not really a good risk to reward ratio, especially with oil still at the highs of its session, especially with the Dixie still strong, yield still strong. I'm seeing the 10-year getting a slight little bit. It's trying to creep up just a little bit in the near term. There might be a little bit of a 0 DTE play into the final end of the day. I could honestly see them keep this market range bound in this range, you know, between 438 and 437 here, probably for the next hour or so. And then I could honestly see this flushing today. I could see this market flushing today into the final close. You know, maybe they ramp it up, but I would not be surprised if we continue to see more weakness. This type of downside move in the regionals and so on and so forth is definitely a troublesome one for the market. All right, let's see what else we got going. What? That's super strange. Hey guys, I'm going to take a high risk lotto trade here. I'm looking at a 436 0 DTE put on the Qs, 436 0 DTE put on the Qs. I just got filled at 21 cents a contract, 436 0 DT. This is high risk trade, size it for loss. 436 put, filled at 21 cents a con. This is a lotto play. 436. We're approaching the apex of a wedge pattern on the 10-minute QQQ chart. We should make a move fairly soon. I believe that it's going to be to the downside since we've been putting in lower highs really since this big reversal off the ground. But let's find out. Again, this one can definitely go against us. But we're looking at a 436 put on the Qs. 0 DTE. I got filled at 21 cents a con. Alright guys. Could be forming a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. Just erase some of these trend lines. All right, we're starting to see those contracts move in our favor, just a touch. Now, or they're not. Again, a big move is approaching in the Qs. Might be up, since we're a little more oversold. But it's definitely a little bit of a downtrending session. Dollar's trying to firm up. The 10-year yield's back above 4.17%. So every time it seems to be going back above 4% gain on the day, you typically see the markets react poorly. So 10-year yield trading at 4.54, up 4.17% on the session. So as soon as I saw that 10-year kind of flipped back above that 4%, it's good enough for me to try to take a stab. On the short side again, we are seeing the indices trying to push up here. Cons are even cheaper now at 19 cents a con, 19 cents a con. Qs are trying to push back up though. They're looking a little bit more bullish at the moment. Again, yields in dollars still acting well. Qs are trying to break out of this wedge pattern that I'm observing on the 10-minute chart. So you can see we're actually approaching the apex of this triangle. Let me just remove these head and shoulders lines. But if you draw a trend line down from that gap high pivot all through these wick high pivots, you can see that's what the Qs are approaching right now. So we are hitting some technical resistance. Question is, can the market get through that area, or are we going to keep getting rejected? At the moment, it's trying. It is trying. All right, some minor rejection there. NVDA is still teetering on breaking down a little bit further, holding up relatively well. Dollar's pushing back up. VIX is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Oil's still positive on the session, up 1%. So even with the big move in rates and the dollar, still hasn't snuffed oil. Oil's still remaining resilient. It's quite extraordinary to see this price action in oil. Quite extraordinary. And Biden says he has a plan for inflation. So don't worry, Biden will save us. I really don't want to leave my hands in Biden's hands. So again, you can see we are trying to push through this little resistance zone. Building a little bit of a flag pattern to move higher. I'm seeing Tesla breaking down, Meta curling down, Microsoft flagging, bull flagging. NVDA just chopping sideways right now. Biden does need to save himself. He does. All right, so we're riding a 436 0DT lotto play into this final power hour. Sorry about the crunch, guys. I'm just eating an apple. All right, these QQQ contracts are slowly going against us. Qs are attempting a breakout here. Big surge on NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA's ripping now, trying to push the Qs for a breakout. Google coming in, Microsoft coming in a touch. What's on Apple? Yeah, it could potentially. I'm just playing the Qs because the market is relatively weak today. Russell's seeing some more downward pressure. There's a big down move on the Qs, guys. There's a nice down move. Just like that, our QQQ puts are printing. Look at that. We seem to be getting a nice little timing model accuracy here occurring today on our puts, guys. That's a really nice sizable down move. Just like that, our cons are now up 7 cents a con and printing. So again, we're writing 436s. Yeah, bite out of my apple. That's pretty funny and honest. All right, guys, so QQQ getting rejected there again. We just entered those QQQ puts literally like 2 minutes ago. This should yield more downside, this type of little collapse. And then you could arguably say, if you trigger this upsloping trend line, then you could say you're triggering a head and shoulders again. Let's see what transpires here. Hard rejection on NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA seeing hard rejection. Google seeing hard rejection. See that type of fat candle down on volume? They were luring people in on this breakout. Markets are tricky, man. Markets are tricky. I tell you. All right, guys. Those QQQ 436 puts are sitting at 26 cents a con. Now they're less. 23 cents a con. Come on, 436s. Give us another little bear flag breakdown here. Again, we're riding 436 0 DTEs as the lotto. We called them out right at pretty much the highs here at 438. We got filled at 21 cents a con. Cons are sitting at 30 cents right now. So nice little down move. Look at this, guys. Come on, we could finally flush and maybe break the low of day off of this sell side pressure. NVDA breaking, seeing Meta breaking. Nice move, guys. Nice move down. Cons are now sitting at 34 cents. We're up 13 cents a con. If you want to start skimming profits, that's no problem with me because we are seeing it test support at the moment. Look at this sell-off, guys. It could get nasty into sour hour here. Could get nasty. Guys, I just sold half at 37 cents a contract. Sold half, and I'm going to ride the rest half. So we banked 16 cents a con there, and I'm still riding the rest. Let's see if the Qs. The Russell's looking weak. VIX getting another spike here into the end of the day. You have nat gas bleeding coming down. Anybody who caught this with us, you're printing. Cons are now up to 44 cents. We've doubled it, guys. We have doubled our contracts. We're up over 100%. All right, guys, I just closed all of my contracts there at 44 cents a con, rid it from 21 cents down to 44 cents. Beautiful, beautiful little trade, guys. Beautiful little trade. I'm all out. I do think it'll still go, but again, when I get 100% literally in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, I take that. I'll take that pretty much any day of the week. Even if I miss out on some potentials, I still like the fact that we were able to bank. Look at those Qs, guys. Holy. What is the resistance on WBA? Well, I don't think there is much resistance right now since it's in a downtrend. It means support. You're probably looking for support. Yeah, a little bit of a bearish positive divergence occurring intraday, but again, the market's weak, so this stock probably won't catch a bounce until the S&P 500 firms up. I am eyeing it. It's getting very close to a potential buyable range. Nice positive divergence occurring today, getting very, very oversold on pretty much all the time frames, but I'm looking at a little bit lower on WBA. Let's see this trend line here, guys. If we take this little trend line from this pivot, you can even see it's breached through these lows here. So perhaps it gets a bounce here, but I think that if the indices sell off a little bit more, this one should go a little bit lower. It's getting close. The volume's starting to increase, which is telling you that there are buyers here. Nice positive divergence on the 4-hour chart as well as the hourly chart. I mean, if you want to take a stab on long-dated calls here, give yourself, time on the clock. If you want to start accumulating a position here in common shares, I have no problems. It is at a decent swing trading opportunity, but I'm looking for potentially around 1720. That's where I'm going to look for. Ten-year yield still above 4.26, guys. Look at that reversal down on the Qs. Holy, they are selling this hard. This could be a power hour flush. This could definitely be a power hour flush, guys. Wow. They are flushing it, guys. We're going to breach the low of day, it looks like. What I'm seeing in NVIDIA, Google, Meta coming in, things are looking pretty wretched at the moment. Things are looking pretty nasty at the moment. Oil, nat gas, again, trying to firm up. Nat gas slightly negative on the session. Trying to firm up. Meta is now negative. So this is the scenario that we discussed before, right? Where they kept Meta and NVIDIA strong because that insulates the XLC, the SOXX, the SMH, the XLK a little bit more so than some of the other individual stocks because they have much heavier weighting. All right, guys, so we gave a little bit of that lotto play. We made 100% in a few minutes there. So I'm just going to step back away from the mic here. And if anything else changes in regards to another opportunity, I will come back on. We're into power hour. I'll try to come back on for the last 30 minutes of the session. I'm just taking care of a couple other things here. Okay. But just be mindful that the Qs do look like they want to push for a new low of day. At the moment, we're holding, but it does look like we could push. And again, downside targets, remember, on the Qs could flush us all the way down to this 430, 430 zone. Okay. NVIDIA is still falling. Oil's still trying to push. Meta coming in really hot at the moment. VIX still flying. Alright guys, so we've seen a nice move up in the Qs, basically back to that opening range breakout. Or if I'm going to go to a little bit of a larger term time frame, market on close is 250 million to the sell side, so you're seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but definitely right back to that opening range. You can see the range that we've just chopped in from the highs to the lows. We've really been stuck in that. I think the market's really going to have to process that interest rates are up again today. 10-year yield up 4.2, 30-year yield up 2.9, 20-year yield whopping 3.4, and then the 2-year up 4.6. VIX positive today. Overall, the Qs, S&P, and Russell have been hit to the downside. We've been a big proponent on the fact that small caps are likely going to get hit. Regionals are likely going to get hit, and that's what we've seen today. KRE, one of the worst performing pockets of the market. We've seen oil move up again, basically closing positive at 85.60. Nat gas got slightly faded down by 0.3%, but just really an inside day. Surprising to see Bitcoin back above 70,000 or retesting that 70K psychological number. So it's definitely still trying to hang on there, Bitcoin in the near term. As the halving approaches, it's really not being phased by the rates and the dollar. But the dollar has had a really, really big technical breakout on the daily chart, and it likely will push to 106 and then potentially even 107 in the coming weeks and months. And when you look at the reaction in the market, right, today we saw hotter inflation print both on the core and the headline number. And what's really important to recognize is that the next month's CPI is likely going to be even hotter and stickier. So obviously markets tend to climb a wall of worry, optimism, but definitely we could see more market weakness creep into the picture because next month's CPI should come in hot as well, with oil year-over-year comps also skewing things to the upside, as well as copper, cocoa, coffee, uranium, gold, silver. I mean, the DBC commodity basket as a whole. And then we just need to wait and see if nat gas starts to firm up at all. So again, we were able to close a considerable amount of wins on the session, so it was really good for us. So anyone that caught that, congratulations, but definitely keep your wits about you, because this market's in for potentially some unwinding, some continuation unwinding. I do think that with the huge move in interest rates today, there's likely going to have to be some repricing, and we've seen a small glimpse of that today. Seen a bigger glimpse in the small caps, the Russell 2000 having a major technical breakdown out of its daily wedge pattern. Again, we've been leaning more bearish on small caps, and that's actually gotten a close below your daily 50 moving average. You can see this upsloping trend line. Members, my video is going to be out a little bit later tonight. I do have a couple errands to run after the bell, but definitely stay tuned because there's lots to discuss. New pivot points, new resistance, new setups both on the daily and weekly chart. Obviously, there were a couple new things that we entered today, and I do think that there's going to be continuous distribution, but there's also still a lot of pockets of opportunity in this market where I think we could see some alpha on the long side. Some highlights: I think that it's impressive to see that energy remaining very strong in this broad market sell-off. I think it's impressive to see that when you scroll through your watch list, a lot of China-based equities are actually holding up relatively okay, the likes of BEKE, BABA, Tencent, and a lot of the China equities are actually declining less on a relative basis as compared to some of the US equities today. And that's not typically what you see when the market is actually weak. MicroStrategy, another big mover, up about 8% on the session, so continuing to see accumulation. Marijuana stocks tried breaking out, MSOS, Canopy Growth, Aurora is the big winner on the day, up about 7.16%. I still think that one can probably break out of its bull flag structure. It just needs to consolidate on the daily chart, and I do think once the market catches a bid, Aurora Cannabis could be one that squeezes more and goes actually higher. I have a target on ACB of roughly just above $10, between 10 and 11.90. So a fairly considerable range, but I do have some higher end upside target on some of these marijuana names. So final 3 minutes of the close. I'm not doing really anything here on the session. Nat gas is falling a little bit more now, down 0.7%, so having a little bit of a weak close in nat gas. So definitely a weak close on nat gas. Considerable downward pressure. QQQ, Dixie still closing strong, up 1% on the session. 10-year yield, again, if that closes up about 4%, I still don't think it really sets up the week for strong, positive, bullish price action. And again, you still have oil trying to press higher, even in the face of all of this. You have nat gas stocks getting hit a little bit here into the close. EQT, natural gas coming in. It seems to be just a little bit of a shakeout, I think, before the bigger move comes. UVXY you can see getting faded here. Some extremely oversold stocks, Lululemon, Walgreens, WBA. You're welcome, Eric. You're welcome. Hopefully everyone's been able to profit here today. It's been definitely on the 0 DTE side on the Qs. We traded the Qs very, very well today. Very, very well. We were definitely in rhythm with the market, and it certainly shows today. It certainly shows. So QQQ, a little bit of a late sell-off there into the close. QQQ did close down 0.9%, SPY 0.99%, Russell down minus 2.67%, Tesla down 2.8%, AMD down 2.1%, NVDA up 1.97%, Apple down 1.13%, Microsoft down 0.72%. Look at this Russell bearish breakdown today on heavy volume. This type of technical breakdown on the Russell likely signals downside. As long as we stay underneath this resistance, look for a bear pattern to take this lower. I do think that with yields pressing and breaking out, we should see it lower. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. It was a successful trading session for all of us here at Trading Capital. So we just want to say thank you, and we will see you on the charts tomorrow, guys. Take care.